Chapter 1535. It's nighttime. On the streets at night, the number of pedestrians had begun to become sparse. The street lamps also operated normally, illuminating every corner of the street, bringing a rather beautiful night scene. Today, the moon is round, there are many stars, there is not a single dark cloud in the dark night sky, the entire night sky is illuminated by the moonlight and stars, it's like a galaxy is twinkling, it's extremely beautiful. Many people who have just finished their meals and showered gathered on their balconies, enjoying the beauty of family reunion and admiring the beautiful night sky. Even those who don't have balconies came to the streets to admire the beautiful night sky. Under this beautiful night sky, two figures, one big and one small, one male and one female, were holding hands as they walked on the street filled with pedestrians who frequently raised their heads to look at the night sky. They walked forward. "Hey, big brother." Holding Wu Yan's hand, little He is a little puzzled. "Where do you want to take me?" Although it's not too late now, but usually at this time, even if little He is not asleep, Chuju and Mikoto would let her take a shower and prepare for bed. After all, little He is a child, an elementary school student, she has to go to school the next day. No matter what, it's better to sleep early and wake up early. Because of this, ever since she moved into Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto's house, little He almost never went out at night. It can't be said that she is a standard good child. But she is still very well behaved. During the day, during the holidays, it's not that little He didn't ask Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto to take her out, but she never did at night. Today. After dinner. Before Hinajuku and Mikoto could instruct him to take a bath, Blackie was brought out by Wu Yan with a mysterious smile on his face. Little He doesn't know where Wu Yan is going to take her. Along the way, little He asked more than once about this matter, but every time, Wu Yan just smiled perfunctorily. How could Xiao He, who had a rather wild personality, not be puzzled? Of course, little He didn't think that Wu Yan would do anything to harm him, so even if he was puzzled, little He still followed Wu Yan obediently. Well. With the same perfunctory smile on his face, Wu Yan still said the same sentence that he had said countless times. "You'll know later." All right. Blackie could only helplessly follow Wu Yan in a certain direction and didn't ask anything else. Passing through the scattered areas, the two of them arrived at an alley that was slightly dimly lit. After turning a few corners, they finally entered another street. This place is... He looked around the street. Blackie said in surprise. "Isn't this the direction to the park? Are we going to the park?" "No, we're going to the park." However, Wu Yan shook his head and said so. "You're going to the park?" "Me?" Little He was stunned and a question mark appeared in his head. Before little He could ask what was going on, in front of them, a small park that was specially designed for children to play in slowly appeared in front of them. After arriving at the park, little He couldn't wait to ask. "Big brother, why are we here?" Before he finished speaking, little He froze on the spot. It wasn't until then that little He noticed that in the corner of his vision, in the dimly lit park, there was a figure standing there. It was an extremely beautiful woman who seemed to be in a painting. Her snow-white waist-length hair swayed gently with the surrounding breeze, creating ripples. Under the moonlight, it was as if there was a layer of frost. Not only did it not give people a cold feeling, but it made people feel unusually warm. The woman was wearing a dress that wasn't very common in Fuyuki City, but it wasn't a very noble dress either. Her exposed skin was as white as a pearl, and it even reflected a trace of light. At first glance, one could tell that it would be very soft if they pressed their fingers on it. Under the illumination of the scarce moonlight, the woman who looked like a fairy descending from the heavens seemed to have sensed something and slowly turned around. Then, a beautiful face and a pair of eyes that were as red as rubies appeared in Little Black's field of vision. It was a face that would not lose to the beautiful face that Little Black had subconsciously imagined when he saw her back. You. Looking at the soft and warm smile on her face, little He couldn't help but step back. A pair of amber eyes set off an unprecedented violent wave. That wavering appearance was something that little He didn't even show when he was in danger of disappearing. Looking at the beautiful woman smiling at him in a daze, little He's voice filled with disbelief reverberated in the air of the park. Mom, that's right. The woman who was as beautiful as snow was Xiao Hei and Ilya's mother. Alice Field? Phone? Einsbellen. She was the person who sealed the memories of the past little Hei who had the name Ilya when he was just born. And now, she was standing in front of little Hei. No, impossible. Little Hei stepped back repeatedly. Liar, why would I be here? It's the one beside you who brought me back. Alice Field looked at little Hei who was wavering to the point of collapse with a gentle gaze. That gaze was like looking at her own son and daughter. In fact, Alice Field was indeed little Hei's mother. His biological mother. Big brother? Little Hei maintained his frozen appearance and turned his head stiffly to look at Wu Yan. You, indeed, it was I who brought your mother back. Facing little Hei's gaze, Wu Yan nodded his head and looked straight into little Hei's eyes. Because this is what you've been dreaming of, isn't it? I. Little Hei's breathing stopped. His strong and resolute image in the past disappeared and was replaced by helplessness. I've heard about everything. Alice Field slowly walked forward with a heart-throbbing smile on her face. Come home with Mom, Ilya-chan, home? Little Hei's continuously retreating footsteps stopped abruptly. The wavering expression on his face disappeared and was replaced with coldness. No. I don't have a home anymore. Ilya-chan. Alice Field continued to approach without hesitation. However, the smile on her face also disappeared. I know you hate me right now, but I also have a lot of things I want to tell you. There's nothing to say between us. Little Hei took a big step back as if she was electrocuted and pulled away from Alice Field. It was as if she didn't want to get close to Alice Field. However, the raised voice exposed little Hei's inner feelings. Only now you're pitying me? I don't need it. Ilya-chan. Alice Field couldn't help but stop her footsteps. Her scarlet eyes slightly fluctuated as she stared at little Hei. Since you're the old Ilya-chan, you should know that I wouldn't do that. I don't care. Little Hei waved her hand forcefully. Her expression was filled with impulsiveness and unprecedented excitement. I'm just someone who was abandoned by you once, eliminated once, and denied once. Since that's the case, why did you come back to find me? Little Hei. Seeing little Hei's agitated expression, Wu Yan pressed down on her shoulder. Your mother didn't do anything wrong. You know that. Calm down first, I'm very calm. Little Hei slapped away Wu Yan's hand on her shoulder. She did something that she would never do in the past. Big brother, could it be that you brought me here to drive me away? You want to throw me back to the person who abandoned me, right? Wu Yan didn't say anything. Instead, he looked straight at little Hei. His wine-red eyes were filled with calmness. This made little Hei feel guilty. Little Hei knew that Wu Yan wouldn't think that way. However, little Hei didn't have the strength to control her emotions. She could only shout in agitation. I hate you guys. After saying this, Little Black ran away without looking back. Ilya-chan. Alice Field wanted to chase after her but was stopped by Wu Yan. Can you please go back first? Wu Yan shook his head at Alice Field. Little Hei is more agitated than I thought. So, leave that side to me. Alice Field opened her mouth and looked at the direction little Hei ran in. After a long time, she nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you. Chapter 1536. Bam! The door to the living room was violently opened. Blackie lowered his head and rushed into the living room. Blackie? In the kitchen, Chuju was wearing an apron and washing the dishes. She didn't notice anything wrong and greeted him as usual. You're finally back. I was wondering where you were planning to go. Go wash up. Unfortunately, before Hinajiku could finish her sentence, Little Black rushed across the hall in a frenzy. Ignoring Hinajiku's words, Little Black rushed into his and Wu Yan's room and slammed the door shut. Bam! The sound was loud enough to shake the entire ceiling, startling Hinajiku. Mikoto, who was watching TV, also noticed that something was wrong. What's wrong? Makoto stood up from the sofa. What's wrong? I don't know. Hinagiku panicked. Ignoring the utensils being washed, she ran out of the kitchen and knocked on the door. Blackie. What's wrong? What's going on? Makoto shouted at the door. Come out first, Blackie. However, the tightly shut door shut Chuju and Makoto out. It was as if there was a barrier between them and Blackie. There wasn't a single sound coming from inside. This. Hinagiku and Makoto, who were standing by the door, looked at each other with a worried expression. Not long after, the door to the hall opened again. Wu Yen walked in from outside, attracting the attention of the two girls who didn't know what to do. Yen. Chuju and Makoto called out, wanting to say something. Wu Yen raised his hand and stopped them from speaking. It's fine, you two go back to your room first, but, don't worry. Looking at Chuju and Makoto's worried faces, Wu Yen comforted them by holding their hands. It's just a little bit of awkwardness before we reunite. It's not even a small hurdle. Let me talk to Blackie for a bit. Chuju and Makoto looked at each other and nodded unwillingly. Then, okay, finished. The two girls turned around and took another look at the tightly shut door before heading back to their own rooms. Until the two girls returned to their room and closed the door. Wu Yen took a deep breath and walked to his room and knocked on the door. Blackie, his soft voice echoed in the living room. Naturally it reached the room as well. But the door in front of him was tightly shut, as if it was sending a message that everything was rejected. Blackie. Blackie. Wu Yen knocked on the door a few more times and increased the volume of his knocking. However, the knocking sound eventually disappeared into thin air. The living room returned to silence. Sigh. Wu Yen sighed and he took a step back. Blackie, even if you don't open the door, I have something to tell you. His hand lightly touched the door in front of him. Wu Yen could feel a slight breath from inside, making his heart calm down. I really do want you to go home with your mother. In an instant, Wu Yen clearly felt the breathing inside the door become more rapid. This made him believe that Blackie was seriously listening to him. Thus, Wu Yen continued. But, you know, that definitely doesn't mean that I'm abandoning you. To me, to Chuju, and to Makoto, you're already our family. The other side of the door was still silent. Wu Yen also started to speak. For a person, the person who understands him or her the most in this world may not be a friend or a lover, but it will definitely be a family member. Therefore, we have known for a long time. Little Black, you actually miss your real family very much, right? The breathing inside the door suddenly stopped. Your mother sealed your past so that you can live a better life. Not only did she not intend to abandon you, she's also expressing her love for you. Whether it's Blackie or Ilya, they're both. Wu Yen lowered his voice. I don't believe that you don't understand. His voice fell. After a long time, a voice finally sounded from the tightly shut door. Then, why can't I? Blackie's dejected voice entered Wu Yan's ears. I also yearn for an ordinary life. I also want to thank my mother who wanted to bring this to me. But, why must she seal me who has my past memories? Can't I live a normal life just because I have these memories? The magic world is a bloody and crazy world, and you're a sacrificial lamb created by this crazy world. Wu Yen spat out a ruthless yet reasonable truth. If it's you, would you be willing to let your children live in this world with the idea that they're a tool? Even if that's the case, I'm still inside, am I not? Blackie's voice became agitated again. To my mother, perhaps she only wanted to give the original me a new life. However, the abandoned memories gained a personality and became me. In the end, the one who gained a new life was Ilya and I became an abandoned person. Isn't that right? Is there a difference? Wu Yen raised his voice. Didn't you say that you're Ilya from the very beginning? The real Ilya has a family. Has friends. Has the life of your dreams. Right now, I'm only an imposter. Blackie's voice carried a sobbing tone. I'm only an imposter who has to bear all the pain of the past and those memories separated from the original. So, you want to continue living in your own world with this pain, this memory, this self-abandonment mentality? Wu Yan fiercely knocked on the door. What do you mean the real Ilya has a family, friends, and the life of your dreams? Could it be that you've never treated us as your family? You've never treated Meiyu and the others as your friends? You've never placed the life here in your eyes? No, that's not it. Blackie's voice was finally panicking. It's not like that, listen, little Black. Wu Yan closed his eyes, he calmed himself down and he spoke softly. He softly said, I feel that since fate allowed you, a pure memory, to possess a personality, it must prove that you, the past Ilya, must exist. Fate allowed you to possess a body by accident because you have the right to live. If even you begin to deny yourself, wouldn't the past Ilya, Blackie, be too pitiful? Big brother, I know that you're the real Ilya. You must be in a lot of pain because you've inexplicably become an imposter with your memories. It must be very difficult for you to exist in this world and still need to replenish your magical power. Wu Yan softly let his voice directly enter Blackie's heart. However, no matter how painful it is, no matter how hard it is, you still have the family, friends, and life that you've longed for. So, at least, I feel that all of this is worth it. Right now, your real family is within your reach. You, who should be happy, are rejecting everything that can make you happy. By doing this, you'll really make yourself bear the pain and painful memories of your life. Wu Yan smiled wryly. If that's the case, how can I, who gave up the class card in your body and took a big detour to look for the method to create a class card, endure this? Aren't you denying my hard work now? The bitter laughter was absorbed by the door in front and the surrounding walls, disappearing from his ears. However, the door in front of him was finally opened. With red and swollen amber eyes and wet cheeks full of tears, Blackie could not help but shed tears. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, all right. Wu Yan smiled as if he had relaxed. He squatted down and stroked Blackie's head. You didn't do anything wrong, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. However, Blackie was still crying as she apologized with a sobbing voice. Big brother, you've given up the class card for me. You've also allowed me to go to school, make friends, and live an ordinary life for me. You've even provided me with a place to stay. However, I actually suspected that you would abandon me. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, I'll say the same thing again. You didn't do anything wrong. Wu Yan gently stroked Blackie's head, forming a sharp contrast with his smile. I hope that Blackie can be happy. Chuju and Mikoto must think so too. So, even if it's for us, please don't give up on your own happiness, okay? You. Little Black jumped into Wu Yan's arms and started bawling at the top of her lungs. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's all in the past, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. It's okay. It's okay. Good girl, woo-woo. Woo-woo. Chapter 1537. It's late at night, even the moon and the stars seem to have started to rest. Unknowingly, the originally clear and beautiful night sky was slowly covered with a layer of dark clouds, causing the night to pervade and the moonlight and starlight to become obscured. In Fuyuki City, in the houses, the lights gradually dimmed, and there was a long breath. The bustling streets also became cold, and even the temperature of the air dropped, and it was unusually quiet. On a quiet street in the middle of a residential area, an adult and a child, a man and a woman, stood there, facing a house. Looking at the familiar house in front of him, little Black's amber eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Because this is Blackie's original home, it should be said that this place was Blackie's real home, therefore, at this moment, little Black, who was standing in front of his house, was like a child who had thrown a tantrum, ran away from home, but came back again and did not dare to enter the house. He felt complicated and uneasy. Wu Yan, who was standing next to Blackie, didn't show any impatience. He quietly waited for Blackie to be mentally prepared. Because of this, Wu Yan could see the hope in Blackie's eyes, but at the same time, he was also hesitant. After a long time, as expected, let's just forget about it. As if he was discouraged, Xiao He decided to retreat. Now, I really don't want to go in. Don't want to go in? Wu Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at Blackie with a smile. You really don't want to go in? Under Wu Yan's gaze, Blackie doesn't want to hide. Blackie has nowhere to hide his thoughts, so he can only tell the truth. I just said those words to Mom in the park, and now I have to come back. It's too embarrassing. Don't be embarrassed. You still have to go home. Wu Yan patted Blackie's head. Don't forget. Your mom is still waiting for you. Blackie is distressed. Can't you wait until tomorrow? I'm afraid, even if tomorrow. You'll still give up, right? Wu Yan rolled his eyes and pushed Blackie to the door. Okay, hurry up, I told your mom to go home first. If you don't go back tonight, your mother will definitely wait for you the whole night. Will you be able to live with that? Alright, I got it. Blackie mumbled unwillingly. Really, why don't you want me to stay with you? It's not that I don't want you to stay, but I know where you should stay. Wu Yan shook his head. If you want to come back, I'll welcome you. But this is your home, isn't it? But I still have to replenish my magical power. Blackie is still a little afraid to enter the door. What if I don't have enough magical power? Then why don't you just come back and look for me before you run out? Wu Yan doesn't fall for it. You said it yourself, my magical power is unusually pure. It's at least 10 times stronger than the magical power provided to you by ordinary people or even high-level magicians. Since you're not fighting right now, it shouldn't be a problem to maintain you for a month or two, right? What if there's an accident and a battle? Little Black made a final struggle before death. Won't it be bad if I don't have enough magical power? Then you can replenish it after the battle. Wu Yan pursed his lips. Don't waste your energy, no matter what, you have to come back and recognize the door today. Woo, Big Brother is a bad guy. Blackie whimpered and glanced at the door. In the end, she closed her eyes and went forward to press the doorbell. Gotcha, however, before Blackie can press the doorbell, the door in front of her opened by itself. Xiao He was slightly taken aback. He subconsciously opened his eyes and looked to the front. Soon after, a beautiful face with a gentle smile was imprinted into his eyes. It's Alice Field. Mom. Blackie was stunned. It's Mommy. Like an ordinary woman who came out to welcome her children home from school, Alice Field stared at Xiao He with a warm smile as though nothing had happened before. Like Wu Yan said, Alice Field has been waiting for Xiao He all this while. And she has been waiting in front of her own door. If Little Black didn't show up tonight, then Alice Field will do as Wu Yan said, she'll keep waiting. Xiao He knew this clearly. Looking at the smile on Alice Field's face, he felt a lump in his heart. He resisted the urge to cry. Without hesitation, he blurted out a sentence without even thinking. I'm sorry, you didn't do anything wrong. Without hesitation, Alice Field said the exact same words as Wu Yan. She squatted down and her red eyes were full of heartache. I should be the one saying sorry, no. Blackie's voice was choked with sobs. Big Brother is right. Mom didn't do anything wrong. She did it for my good, no matter what the intention is, it's the truth that made you sad. And this sadness is brought to you by Mom. Alice Field took Blackie's hand and held it tightly. But that's all in the past. Mom is really happy that you can come back, Mom. Blackie bit her lips and suppressed the surging emotions in her heart. She could only repeat this sentence. I'm sorry. That's not what you should be saying now. Alice Field's smile was still there. What should you say when you go home? Blackie's heart tightened. She first looked at Alice Field, who was looking at her expectantly. Then she looked at Wu Yan, who was also looking at her with a smile. Her nervous heart calmed down. Xiao He rubbed his eyes, wiping off the moisture in his amber pupils. Then, he took a deep breath and smiled shyly. I'm back. Hearing this, the smile on Alice Field's face grew wider. Welcome back, Elia-chan. No. No. Alice Field shook her head and corrected herself. Welcome back, Chloe-chan. There was no need for words. Under the moonlight, the mother and daughter hugged each other tightly in front of the entrance. Looking at this scene, Wu Yen smiled and quietly left. Brother Wu Yen, Meiyu, who was wearing a maid uniform, stood in front of the gate of the Eiderfeldt's courtyard. She looked at Wu Yen and asked softly. Blackie, are you home? I'm home. Wu Yen retreated to Meiyu's side and looked at the mother and daughter hugging in front of the gate. I'm finally home. So it's like that. Meiyu's beautiful eyes rippled slightly as she spoke in a low voice. That's good. Wu Yen glanced at the silent Meiyu and reached out to touch her little head. What's wrong? I'm not. Feeling the hand caressing her head, Miyuki felt reassured. She closed her eyes and rubbed her head against Wu Yen's palm. I'm just thinking about what it's like to have a mother. The hand on Meiyu's head paused for a moment and then unnoticeably returned to normal. Wu Yen squatted down. Since you have an indescribable past, then don't think about it anymore. Just like Blackie, carry the painful past and live happily. Carry the painful past and live happily. Meiyu murmured. She was a bit absent-minded. Although I don't know what Meiyu's real family is like and what's the situation now. Wu Yen looked forward again. His soft voice gently entered Meiyu's heart. But now, as long as you're happy, it's fine, otherwise, I'll be sad, Wu Yen-ji. Meiyu couldn't help but lean her petite body against Wu Yen. Wu Yen took the opportunity to pull Meiyu into his embrace as he listened to Meiyu, who buried her head in his chest. I'm very happy now, is that so? The hand on Meiyu's head turned into a light pat on her back. Wu Yen laughed in satisfaction. That's good. Under the night sky, on a small residential street, a mother and daughter, a man and a woman embraced in front of two completely disproportionate houses. They welcomed the moonlight from the sky and felt very warm. Chapter 1538. At the same time, Rin Enben arrived at the edge of the river under the bridge. Looking at the red brick road in front of him and the neatly arranged street lamps on both sides, illuminating the bright red river bank. The river flashed with light as if it was leading to a sacred temple. Rin Enben's green eyes revealed a trace of caution. Rin Tobasaka took out his phone from his bag and opened an email. Midnight, under the bridge. See you on the river bank. Rin Enben received the email before the sun went down and he was still investigating the situation of the 8th rank card in the underground cave of Yuzong Mountain's Ludong Temple. There were only 11 words in the email, but there was no sender's identity. Even the phone used to send the email was from an unknown number. This proved that the person who sent the email to Rin Enben wasn't someone he knew. Under such circumstances, Rin Tosaka still came alone, which was a very stupid thing to do. If this email was a normal spam or scam email, then it's fine. Rin Enben is a magician after all, he can handle it alone. However, if the sender was an unknown magician, then there was no guarantee that there would be no danger at all. Even so, Rin Enosaka still came alone. He didn't tell Livia or anyone else that he was coming. He had completely hidden it from everyone else. Because Rin Enosaka could roughly guess the identity of the person who sent him this email. Rin Enben put away his phone and put it back into his bag. He looked up at the bright red riverbank and stepped into this place that was likely to become a place of trouble. He walked forward. The river bank is very quiet at night, no one would be stupid enough to come here at this time. The river bank is quite far from Fuyuki City. It's close to the suburbs, so no one would come here at this time. This makes the river bank look eerie at night, it's terrifyingly quiet. Inside the space. The only sound. It was the sound of flowing water in the nearby river. Rin Enben kept looking around, trying to find the person who had asked him out as he walked forward. After walking for about 10 minutes, Rin Enben still didn't find his target. Rin Tobasaka stopped in his tracks and scanned the surroundings before he suddenly spoke. Don't worry, I'm the only one here, the crisp and sweet voice echoed above the river bank. It mixed with the sound of flowing water. It quickly spread out and was drowned out by the continuous sound of flowing water. Rin and Osaka stayed where he was, not moving at all. It was as if he was certain that the other party was there, and he continued to scan the area. At a certain moment, the sound of light footsteps could be heard. Rin Enben immediately looked at the source of the sound without hesitation. A figure slowly walked out from behind a street lamp by the riverbank. With clear footsteps, he exposed himself to the light and Rin Tasaka's vision. It was a short-haired beauty with a straight back, wearing a man's suit. Her face was full of determination, and her eyes were incomparably sharp. There was a faint trace of indifference and ruthlessness. "So it's you." Rin Enben stared at the slowly approaching figure. "Baget, it's Baget? Fruka? Mark Remitz? I didn't expect you to come alone." Baget said expressionlessly. "As a member of the same organization, I admire your courage, but as a magician, I can only say that it's a bit stupid. Same here." Rin Enben didn't back down and mocked her. "You clearly know that I have a natural enemy on my side, but you still sent me an email and asked me out. Aren't you afraid that I'll bring that man with me? He's still holding a grudge about the last time you ran away in such a sorry state until now. You don't have to worry about that." Baget said coldly. "Even if I have to fight that unknown person again, I don't think I'll lose." "Oh?" Rin Enben raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" "I'm confident." "I'm confident." Baget muttered. "Even if I can't win, either way, you're all monsters." Rin Hasaka curled his lips impatiently. "Let's stop chatting. Tell me why you asked me to come here. As a member of the same organization, you've heard of me. You should know what I'm here for, right?" Baget's gaze sharpened as she stared at Rin Enben. "What's the matter with the rank cards?" "What?" "I want to ask about the rank cards." Just like what Baget said, Rin responded without any surprise. "The whereabouts of the 7th rank card? Or the Lancer rank card? Why is it in someone else's hands?" "All of them." "Both?" Baget frowned. "I even suspect that not only the Lancer card, but even the Archer card has fallen into someone else's hands, which is that man's hands, right?" You're right. Rin and Osaka admitted. The Lancer and Archer cards have indeed been snatched away. "So, if you're thinking that I have the 7th card and that's why you asked me out, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Hearing this, Bajet lowered her head and didn't say anything. After a while, she said in a deep voice, "Don't worry." "Why?" "Why?" Rin Enben looked at Baget suspiciously. "What do you mean by why?" "Why?" "I don't care if you have the 7th rank card or not. Since the Lancer and Archer rank cards were taken by that man, why do you look like you're on good terms with each other?" Bajet tightened the strap of the cylinder in her hand. "Can I take your actions as betraying the Magic Association?" "What?" "In other words." Rin Enben sneered. "Lord Enforcer of the Seal, are you trying to clean up the traitor for the sake of the Magic Association?" "Yes." "It has nothing to do with me whether you betrayed the Magic Association or not." Baget shook her head. "It doesn't matter if you betrayed the Magic Association or not, it won't affect my mission. Therefore, I won't interfere." "What do you mean?" This time, it was Rin Enben's turn to frown. "You're saying you won't report this to the Magic Association?" "Yes. I won't report anything that has nothing to do with my mission to the association." Speaking up to this point, Bajet turned around and looked at Rin Tasaka coldly. "However, it's a different story if it's related to my mission. You just want to get information from me, right?" Rin Enben shrugged helplessly. "Information on the 7th rank card. I have no intention of reporting this to the association, but I hope you can give me what I need." Baget said without any change in her expression. "Give me the information on the 7th rank card. This might be the last time we meet." "A deal?" Rin Enben sneered. "As expected of the Magic Association, you're willing to do anything to complete your mission." Baget didn't say anything, she just stared at Rin Enben like a lion staring at its prey. Rin Enben knew what was going on. If he didn't give Baget the information on the 7th rank card, Baget would have charged at him. He was truly a madman. Rin Enben smiled bitterly and gave an answer. The 7th rank card hasn't been recycled yet. Are you messing with me? Bajae's eyes turned cold. There's no longer a source of distorted mana in Fuyuki City, right? Yes. That's because this rank card is on the main branch of the ley line. Rin Enben said without changing his expression. That's a corner of the main trunk of the ley line that even the Magic Association can't detect. Over there, the distorted mana emitted by the rank card has mixed with the mana of the ley line. Coupled with the depth of the ley line, no one can find its location except for House and Osaka, the minor of the ley line. The main branch of the ley line. Bajae clenched her teeth. The place returned to silence. Phew. Bajae exhaled after a while. Let's make a deal. Chapter 1539. Retrieving the 8th rank card with Bajit? Everyone had gathered in the Eiderfeld residence's guest hall. Cries of surprise filled the entire space at the same time. What's going on? Wu Yan, who was sitting at the head of the table, asked Rin Enben, who was standing at the head of the table. How did Bajit know about the existence of the 8th rank card? Aren't you the only one who can detect the veins of the earth? Yes. So, I'm the one who revealed the existence of the 8th rank card to Bajit. In front of everyone present, Rin and Osaka said something that shocked everyone. He even had a devilish smile on his face. Of course, Bajit didn't know about the 8th rank card. She thought the 8th rank card was the 7th rank card. She thought the 8th rank card was the 7th rank card? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Rin, don't keep us guessing. Blackie said with dissatisfaction. What's going on? What? Who do you think I'm doing this for? Hearing Xiao Hei's dissatisfied words, Rin Tozaka knocked Xiao Hei's head hard, causing Xiao Hei to cry out in pain. It's because of you that I revealed the existence of the 8th grade card. Because of me? Little Black, who was hugging his head, was slightly taken aback. Because of Blackie? Many of the young ladies were also puzzled. Wu Yan was the only one who asked with uncertainty. Is it because you want Bajit to change her target to the 8th rank card? Correct. Correct. Rin Enben snapped his fingers. That's why Barget thought it was the 7th profession card when I told her that the 8th profession card was in the depths of the underground. I'm starting to understand. Mikoto nodded. Because Bajit has been looking for the 7th rank card in Fuyuki City, she's likely to target Blackie. So, if Bajit thought the 7th rank card wasn't retrieved yet and it's deep underground, then Bajit wouldn't look for the 7th rank card. She wouldn't be able to target Blackie. It's not just Bajit. Rin Enben nodded with a serious expression. Master once said. There are many people in the Magic Association who are eyeing the 7th rank card. This time, someone sent Bajit. Then, the next time, the other higher-ups will also send people to plunder the rank cards. And they might also target Blackie, right? Hinajaku nodded as well. I see. You want the people from the Magic Association to mistake the 8th card as the 7th card, so that Xiao Hei can escape the danger of being targeted, right? Yes. I can't say that Blackie is completely free from the eyes of others. Rin Enben sighed. After all, Xiao Hei has the power of an archer in his body. Once Xiao Hei uses the power of an archer, he will still be exposed. If that's the case, why don't we just let Bajit wander around Fuyuki City looking for the 7th rank card? Livia said in an annoyed tone. You're going to expose the 8th rank card like this. Won't we have one more powerful enemy when we retrieve the card? But I can also guarantee that there will only be one strong enemy and no more. Rin Enben turned around and took out a piece of paper from his bag and spread it on the table. Take a look at this. Hearing Rin Enben's words, everyone focused their attention on the paper. On that piece of paper, the names of the people were listed in a row. This is... Livia was shocked. Isn't this a list of the higher-ups in the Magic Association? A list of the higher-ups in the Magic Association? Everyone turned to look at Rin and Osaka in confusion. This is the list Bajit gave me. Rin Enbin smiled. To be precise, this is the list of the higher-ups in the Magic Association who are eyeing the rank card. The list of the higher-ups in the Magic Association who are eyeing the rank card. Wu Yan took the list from the table. Why did Bajit give you this list? As a reward for letting her go with us to retrieve the rank cards. Rin Enbin snatched the list from Wu Yan's hand and he waved it around in front of everyone. As I said just now, there are many people in the Magic Association who have their eyes on the class cards, and these people are very likely to send people to find the owner of the class cards or even the acting master to take back the class cards to make trouble for us. Now, these people who might bring us trouble are all here. Rin Enbin said as he looked at the crowd. If we give this list to the master, he'll be able to restrain the higher-ups of the Magic Association who are trying to steal the rank cards. They won't be able to send anyone, and we won't be troubled for no reason anymore. Hearing this, everyone present looked at each other in twos and threes and nodded. This is indeed a good thing. If we can make Bajit look away from Xiaohe and we can guarantee that no one will come after us, it's not a bad deal. Rin Enbin shrugged. However, we'll have one more competitor when we retrieve the 8th rank card. In a way, this is a good thing. Wu Yan tapped on the table. This time, our opponent will be much stronger than the heroic spirits we've faced before. It's hard to say if we'll be able to retrieve the rank card. With Bajit's help, the situation might be better for us. Better? Think about it. Wu Yan chuckled as the girls looked at him in confusion. Bajit's combat power is terrifying. She also has the Flagelak. She's almost invincible against the heroic spirits who use their noble phantasm as their last resort. With her around, it'll be much easier to retrieve the 8th rank card. Wait until Bajit defeats the heroic spirit with her Flagelak and gets the 8th tier card. One day, she will come looking for me, the one with the other tier cards. Wu Yan snickered. By then, I'll be able to snatch the rank card from Bajit. It'll be much easier to deal with than an unknown heroic spirit. The girls rolled their eyes when they heard this. However, Wu Yan's words are accurate. Compared to the heroic spirit that they had no idea about but was sure to be stronger than the heroic spirits they've faced before, it was much easier for Wu Yan to deal with Bajit. After all, Bajit's Flagelak couldn't kill Wu Yan while Wu Yan could kill Bajit with his noble phantasm. He was Bajit's natural enemy. If that's the case, Xiaohe won't be able to fight as well, right? Chuju glanced at Xiaohe. Once Xiaohe fights, the fact that she has the archer rank card will be exposed, huh? Xiaohe slumped on the table in disappointment. What's going on? No. It's not just Xiaohe. Wu Yan said. Other than me, Chuju, and Mikoto, the rest of you won't have to fight. Huh? Other than Hinajaku and Mikoto, the rest of the girls were all shocked. Why? Because it's too dangerous. Wu Yan said without hesitation. You know that our opponent this time is much stronger than the heroic spirits we've faced before. Your combat power is severely lacking, right? Rin, Ruvia, Iria, and Mio were speechless at Wu Yan's words. I know you guys want to join the battle, but the problem is no longer about how to retrieve cards. Instead, you need to figure out a way to get the mana stuck on the main branch of the ley line to make sure the ley line is in chaos. Wu Yan said in a serious tone. As for this matter, it's enough for us to handle it. I think so too. Mikoto agreed. The level of the battle this time is too high. If you guys fight, it'll affect the outcome. So, if it's possible, you guys should be our backups. For the sake of the big picture, please forgive us. Chuju comforted Iria, Mio, and Xiaohe. It's for your own good. Rin and Osaka and the others fell silent. I have to say, this is the best way. Rin Enbin sighed. We have no choice but to be the backups, that's right. Wu Yan stood up and looked out the window. Next, we just have to wait for the underground tunnel to be completed. Chapter 1540. So this is where the 8th rank card is? On a beach near Fuyuki City, Wu Yan looked at the construction site surrounded by walls. He listened to the noises coming from the construction site and he said with admiration. It's amazing to be able to reach this stage in such a short time. There's a saying in this world, money makes the world go round. Livia covered her mouth with a hand and laughed out loud. If you throw in the money, you can shorten the project to a satisfactory level. Nouveau riche. Rin and Osaka muttered unhappily. Damn it, why is this guy so rich? But I didn't expect the main vein of Fuyuki City to be under the beach. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Could it be that the closer to the beach, the more active the vein is? Does the vein need to absorb water? This is just an underground passage that leads to the mirror world where the rank card is. It doesn't mean the card is under here. Rin and Osaka folded his arms. We can't just dig on the surface where the card is, right? What if the place is in the city? That's true. Wu Yan shrugged and looked at the noisy construction site. So, when will the underground passage be completed? Actually, the underground passage is already in the final stage of processing. Livia said seriously. Tonight. We'll be able to get to the place where the card is. Tonight, huh? Wu Yan's wine-red eyes glowed with a sharp light. It has been half a month since Blackie returned to her home after Bajit's attack. In this half a month, everyone lived an ordinary life that was completely uninvolved with troublesome matters. It could be considered as an adjustment before the war. Since only Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto were going to fight, Ilya, Mio, and Blackie were forbidden from getting involved in the retrieval of the rank card and returned to their normal lives. That is to say, even if the underground passage is completed tonight. Ilya, Meiyu, and Xiao Hei wouldn't come over either. On the other hand, Rin Enbin and Livia would come over. This could be considered as preparation work for Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto, as well as taking care of the aftermath of the battle. As for class cards, Rin Tozaka and Livia didn't have much hope. In front of him was Wu Yan, and behind him was Bajit. It didn't matter which side he was facing. Rin and Osaka and Livia had no chance of winning. Therefore, the two magician girls no longer asked for a class card. Instead, they simply changed their job to normalizing the ley lines. Of course. Without their rank cards, Rin and Osaka and Livia's plan to take Zelrich as their master would probably be ruined. However, the two young ladies of the prestigious families didn't seem to have any intention of giving up. They resolutely declared that they must find another way to become his apprentice. Wu Yan expressed his support for Rin and Osaka and Livia's enthusiasm on the surface, but he was secretly laughing. After all, in the original work, the two young ladies of the prestigious families were known to be at odds with each other. Zelrich found it troublesome and tactfully chased them away. Now, even if they did find another way to become his apprentice, Zelrich would surely reject them. Well, I can only let these two young ladies work harder, then, are there no other questions? Wu Yan retracted his gaze from the construction site in front of him and said to Rin and Osaka and Livia. If there are no other questions, let's do it tonight. Tonight? Rin and Osaka and Livia looked at each other and nodded solemnly. Then tonight it is. Tonight. At this moment, a voice sounded from the construction site beside the three of them. When the time comes, I will also come over. Hearing this voice, Wu Yan, Rin and Osaka, and Livia immediately turned their heads and looked over. Over there, Barjet, who was wearing a man's suit and carrying the Flagellac stone ball as usual, was standing straight in front of the construction site, looking into the construction site from afar. Bajit. Rin and Osaka and Livia raised their guard, their eyes were filled with vigilance. This person in front of them doesn't play by the rules, she's a madwoman who only wants to complete her mission. Who knows what she'll do? Don't worry. As if she could sense Rin and Osaka and Livia's actions, Bajit's gaze was still fixed on the construction site. She didn't even turn her head as she spoke. Since you don't have a rank card and you have nothing to do with my mission, I have no reason to attack you. After speaking, Bajit turned around and stared at Wu Yan with a pair of sharp eyes. Even if I attack you, it will be against my mission target. This is my principle. Bajit didn't hide her hostility towards Wu Yan. There's no need for her to hide it. Because of this, the atmosphere became tense. Rin and Osaka and Livia's eyes trembled as they became even more vigilant. I haven't seen you for half a month and your confidence has increased quite a bit. Wu Yan, who had a cold expression since Badget's appearance, sneered at her. Or do you think that you'll be able to defeat me in just half a month? Are you looking down on me? Badget's expression didn't change as she stared at Wu Yan. I haven't found a way to defeat you, but you don't think there's no other way to kill you just because you can't die after being pierced through the heart, right? I don't know if you have a way to kill me. Wu Yan turned his head and looked at the construction site. All you need to know is that if I want to kill you, I don't just have to use the spear of death. Bagjet tightened her grip on the strap of the tube, and her sharp eyes were filled with murderous intent. I don't like to fight for no reason, but if someone provokes me, I don't mind teaching them a lesson. Please allow me to repeat the same words back to you. Wu Yan laughed as if he heard a funny joke. However, there was no laughter in his voice. Instead, it was filled with coldness. After all, our seal's appointed enforcer is used to the tyrannical behavior of provoking others but not allowing others to provoke her. Bajit's eyes turned cold. She clenched the hand that wasn't holding the strap. The rune-covered gloves suddenly emitted a cyan light that dyed her clenched fist cyan. Oh. You can't wait anymore? Wu Yan stopped smiling and turned around to face Badget. Then, Lord Executor of the Seal, have you brought enough flagellac? Yes. Bajit's cold eyes flashed with anger again, and then a helpless expression appeared on her face. Even though Badget wanted to kill the man in front of her and take his rank card, she couldn't do anything to Wu Yan. His flagellac was ineffective against his opponent, but his opponent had a legendary magic spear that could kill him in one hit, the Spear of Death piercing spear. The situation was too disadvantageous for him. Moreover, Wu Yan has a total of 6 class cards in his possession. Other than the Lancer, Bajit had no idea what kind of treasures the other 5 treasures had. In the past, Badget didn't need to be afraid of treasures. With the flagellac, Bajit was definitely invincible when it came to treasures. However, this time, the opponent wasn't afraid of Badget's flagellac. Therefore, the treasures that she didn't need to be wary of would become a threat to her. Aside from knowing that Wu Yan can use the Spear of Death piercing spear and that strange white flame, she didn't know anything about Wu Yan's combat prowess. If they fought, it would be too disadvantageous for her. At that moment, Barzit suppressed her inner emotions and spoke coldly. I hope you can be as arrogant in the battle tonight. After saying that, Badget turned around and left without looking back. Heh. Wu Yan shrugged while looking at Badget's back. I hope you can perform well tonight and get a rank card so I can take it from you. Rin Enban and Livia were speechless. Chapter 1541. Tonight, the night is cold and chilling. Even though the sky is clear and there's nothing to block the moonlight and starlight, there's no reason for this night to feel oppressive. Of course, not everyone under the night sky feels the same way. Only a small portion of the people would feel oppressed in this moonlit night, which wasn't too bad. As for Fuyuki City, it's still going on with its daily routine. The waves kept crashing and crashing against the dimly colored beach, like an army invading other people's territory, wetting every grain of sand and gravel. But after a while, they retreated as if they couldn't continue anymore. The waves kept crashing and crashing against the beach, like an army invading other people's territory. On this beach that's filled with cold night air, the underground tunnel that's surrounded by a construction wall looks out of place. It's an eyesore. Come to think of it, let alone at night, even if it was daytime, if someone were to play on this beach, they would definitely be disappointed by this incongruous construction site, right? Fortunately, tonight, the only sound that's heard is the crashing of the waves on the beach. There's also the clanging of footsteps in the underground tunnel. It was a circular passageway that was only 4 to 5 meters wide. It extended all the way down into the ground. In the interior of this passageway, there was nothing except for the bricks that covered the walls and the stairs that led to the underground. There were only bricks and stairs in this passageway. A few people walked down the stairs with clear footsteps. A gust of cold wind blew down from the entrance of the passageway without any warning. It was like a chilly wind that led straight to hell. It mercilessly hit the people who were still walking down the long stairs, causing everyone to shiver. SSS. Hinagiku couldn't help but hug her own shoulders and shudder. Ugh, it's so cold. It's unavoidable to be cold at the beach at night. Even though she said that, her face is pale. She looked at her own body and complained. Plus, under these circumstances, we're still wearing which clothing that's good at ventilation but not good at keeping out the cold. I've been meaning to ask. Rin, who's walking in front, turned around with a sullen expression. Why would you want to wear which clothing in such an important battle? I can't say that your taste is bad. Livia sighed as she walked down the stairs. I can only say that I don't understand, although it's a bit childish to wear this kind of costume in this kind of situation, but don't underestimate it. Hinagiku opened her arms and revealed a red and white witch costume. It's all thanks to him. Last time, we were punched by the berserker more than 10 times, but we were still fine. You were punched by a berserker and you're fine? Rin and Osaka looked at Hinagiku and Mikoto's robes again in shock. You were fine last time because of this? I thought the two of you were performing some kind of magic. Livia began to examine the two girls' robes. Is this some sort of a magic costume? I've never heard of a magic costume with such strong defense. Well, it's a bit troublesome to explain. Mikoto brushed her bangs away from her forehead. Her long sleeves fluttered in the air, making this action less heroic and more elegant. Just think of it as a magic costume, I say. Wu Yan, who's walking at the front, or rather at the bottom, said helplessly as he listened to the girls' conversation. We're literally rushing to the battlefield. Is it really okay for you to chat so casually? Humph. Rin's grumpy expression turned into one of annoyance when he heard Wu Yan's response. It's not like we're going to fight, right? Are you still going to blame me? Wu Yan's helplessness deepened. Who do you think we're doing this for? Who do you think we're doing this for? Rin turned his head away in annoyance. Don't worry about other people's safety and end up dying in the mirror realm. That's not going to look good. Hinagiku blinked her eyes and said with uncertainty. Are you worried about us, Rin? Who's worried about you? Rin raised his voice and looked a little agitated. I'm not worried about you. Hey, Rin, do you know what people call this behavior of yours? Mikoto mocked Rin, who expressed his thoughts with his expression. It was as if he admitted to Chiju's words. People call this behavior of yours tsundere. Ha. Wu Yan laughed dryly. It's really interesting for you to say something like that. I don't care anymore. Rin yelled and quickened his steps. Let's get down there. Amidst the commotion, the group of 5 continued to walk in the echoing underground tunnel. After walking for an unknown period of time, the surface finally appeared in their field of vision. Stepping on the ice-cold stairs and braving the cold wind, the group of 5 finally reached the end of the underground tunnel. The scene that appeared before everyone's eyes was a rather spacious basement that was similarly paved with bricks. Other than that, there was nothing else in the basement. We're here. Livia's voice sounded a little depressed as she looked at the basement. If we open the portal to the imaginary realm from here, we'll be able to jump to the mirror realm at midnight, so, this is the place. Wu Yan, Chiju, and Mikoto looked at the empty basement. Is it really okay? Rin couldn't help but ask. That's a heroic spirit that can't even be compared to that saber, who has superb sword skills, and that berserker, who is like a monster. If you're afraid of your opponent's strength, then leave. This sentence didn't come from Wu Yan, Chiju, or Mikoto. It came from the staircase. The group of 5 looked at the source of the voice and saw Badget walking over with a barrel on her back. As a competitor, I'm only happy that all of you are leaving. Badget walked past everyone as if there was no one around her. She walked to the front of everyone and left them with only her back view. However, as a pure magician, I'm not happy that you're afraid. Don't lump everyone together with a battle maniac like you. Livia snorted. A magician can't be afraid? Who gave you that idea? Yes, at least, in my memory, no one taught me what fear is. Badget tilted her head and glanced at Wu Yan. Even in the face of death, is that all you want to say? This time, Wu Yan didn't treat Badget coldly. He also didn't try to suppress his emotions. Instead, he revealed a faint smile. As the opening speech of the competition, it's a bit boring, unfortunately. I don't have the education that requires me to make an interesting opening speech. Budgetter seemed to be a little surprised by his speechless performance. However, she ignored him after a while and tightened the strap of the cylinder in her hand. Moreover, this competition should be very beneficial to me, right? Once the opponent uses a noble artifact, basically, if nothing unexpected happens, you'll win. Mikoto said eagerly. But before that, we'll take care of our opponent. Is that so? Bijit turned around and showed her back to the crowd. I hope so, let's stop chatting. Livia looked at her pocket watch. It's about time. Let's go. Wu Yen said without hesitation. Let's start the competition. Then, an intricate geometrical pattern with dazzling light spread out from under Wu Yen, Hinajuku, Mikoto, and even Badget's feet. It started spinning like a disc playing a movie. Be careful. Rin and Osaka finally shouted. Don't die. In response to Rin and Osaka's words, 3 waving hands were raised. Immediately, the colorful brilliance shrouded the 4 people who were trapped in the area covered by the precise geometric pattern and illuminated the entire underground basement. Not long after, the multicolored brilliance dimmed, and the intricate geometric pattern also slowly disappeared. Along with him, the group of 4 disappeared as well. Rin and Osaka and Livia both stared ahead in silence for a long time. Chapter 1542. Their vision is distorted. Their thoughts are in chaos. Time is flying. The world is shifting. Maybe a minute. Maybe 10 minutes. Maybe an hour. Maybe 10 hours. Maybe 1 day. 10 days. 100 days. 1,000 days. Everyone felt that the journey to the mirror realm was so long and boring. It felt like thousands of years, but it also felt like an instant. They couldn't tell how much time had passed. In front of their eyes was a field of white. Their sense of direction was swaying along with their vision. As if they were in a manhwa mirror, there was nothing in this world, only a dazzling halo. But this feeling didn't last for long. When everyone's brains started to function normally and their thoughts returned, the feeling of stepping on solid ground returned to their bodies. Their vision gradually returned to normal as well. However, before everyone could open their eyes and look at the enemy they were about to face, an extremely dense chill suddenly surged in their bodies that had just regained their sense of substance. Because even if they didn't see it, Wu Yen, Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget could feel it. In the air, an extremely oppressive and terrifying malice as thick as a bottomless swamp was gradually growing with their arrival. Their heads, which had just regained their ability to operate, suddenly shook, causing everyone to tense up. They opened their eyes abruptly and looked forward. Then, everyone, including Wu Yen, sucked in a breath of cold air. Their gasps echoed throughout the entire mirror realm. It was still the same deep underground basement, and it was still the same empty space that was covered with bricks. But in this basement, it was exactly the same as before. There was something. It wasn't there before. A shadow. To be more precise, it was made of shadows. It was incomparably turbid, like filthy mud, constantly twisting and turning, only having the wheel of a human. A monster whose face couldn't even be seen clearly. Yes. In just one encounter, the first adjective that appeared in everyone's mind was the word monster. It wasn't just because the opponent was a muddy mud man with only the wheel of a human. Moreover, it was because on the muddy clay figurine in front of the mirror world, there were incomparably black and violent storm-like black fog dancing crazily. It was the same as the previous saber, it could reflect magic. It could also reflect magic, and to a certain extent, it was immune to damage. Only melee combatants could deal with this high-density magic mist. No. Compared to the saber, this human-shaped creature's magic mist was even more terrifying. If one said, the magic mist on Saber was only considered as a small wave, but the magic mist on the muddy man before Kirin was enough to form a real storm. How terrifying. Archer, level 79. The muddy black mist was swinging back and forth in the air like a whip, bringing with it a whistling sound. In the air, the thick, viscous liquid pressure was like a snake that had found its target. In the blink of an eye, it crawled into the hearts of the uninvited guests and began to gnaw on them. Looking at the muddy mud man that was emitting an unusual amount of malice, for a moment, everyone's mind went blank. Even Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto's perceptive sense activated subconsciously, but their minds didn't respond. Archer. Just as Wu Yan had hoped, this muddy mud man in front of them was the second Archer rank card. It's a pity that the Archer is surrounded by a storm-like black mist. Wu Yan, Hinajuku, and Mikoto aren't in the mood to be happy about it. Not to mention, the real shock was yet to come. Swoosh 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 swoosh. At a certain moment, the pitch-black gas that was waving wildly in the not-so-vast space suddenly paused. Like a shark that had smelled blood, it turned around, and with a shrill and sharp cry, it swept across the atmosphere, or turned into a long whip, or turned into the tip of a spear, and attacked everyone present. It might sound complicated, but in actuality, from the real domain to the imaginary domain's mirror realm, to the sudden attack of the black mist, the entire process took no more than 2 to 3 seconds. Otherwise, the four of them, who had been through hundreds of battles, wouldn't have still been unable to react from the clear understanding of the enemy until now. It wasn't until the shrill cry that the four of them woke up from their stupor. They quickly stomped on the ground and scattered in all directions. Bam 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 bam. In the next second, the seemingly sturdy ground was mercilessly penetrated and exploded as if it was hit by a cannonball. That mana fog. Hinajuku, who was the fastest and also the fastest to dodge it, was shocked by the sight. It can still attack? Attack! Wu Yan, who retreated to the left, yelled without hesitation. The enemy is more troublesome than we thought. It's not the time to care about other things. Don't worry about the competition. Everyone attack. Got it. Chuju and Mikoto replied. Wise choice. Bijit threw away the cylinder in her hand and clenched her fists. A pair of rune gloves emitted a green glow. Don't hold back. With a flash, he retreated to the back. The space behind him rippled like the surface of the water. Black swords, spears, swords and all sorts of treasures came out of the ripples and aimed at the Archer. Let's go. Hinajuku and Badget stomped on the ground with all their might, causing the ground to crack and form a crater as they charged towards the Archer. Mikoto. We'll cover them. Okay. Mikoto came to Wu Yan's side and raised her hand. Blue and white lightning flashed on her body. Whoosh. In the air, the pitch-black mana fog whizzed through the air like a gust of wind, leaving afterimages in its wake as it shot down toward Hinajuku and Bathjet. It's not hard to imagine what would happen if they were hit. Whoosh, beep beep. However, the pitch-black magic fog that was as sharp as arrows streaked across the sky and shot downwards. Pitch-black noble artifacts cut through the atmosphere and shot out like bullets. Other than the pitch-black precious artifact rain, the bluish-white streaks of electricity seemed to have transformed into whips as they rubbed against the atmosphere of this world, violently flinging past. Bang 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 bang, bang. Suddenly, the pitch-black rain of relic and the rich blue and white electric current passed through the space as if they were waiting for the mana mist to come to them. They collided with the mana mist that was falling from the sky. In an instant, the mana fog that was shot down like arrows was either destroyed by the pitch-black rain of noble relics or collided with the blue and white electric current, resulting in a strong explosion. With the protection of the black mana fog and the blue and white lightning flashes, Chuju and Bijit arrived at the Archer's mana fog. The black shadow with only human wheels opened its mouth and wriggled twice. The part that looked like a hand also began to gently lift up. It won't be that easy. However, before the Archer could move, Wu Yan and Mikoto moved first. The pitch-black rain of noble phantasm and the blue-white electric current that collided with the high-density mana fog in midair dispersed the black mist. Just like how the mana fog attacked Hinajuku and Bathjet, it drew a perfect arc and fell to the ground. Bang 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 bang. In the continuous explosion, the black mana fog and blue and white lightning flashes landed on the archer's mana fog and blasted the ground, setting off a thick cloud of dust. Now! Seeing this, Hinagiku and Bajit's eyes lit up at the same time. One raised her white cherry while the other raised her fist that glowed with blue light. Mixed with a violent ki, they broke through the smoke in front of them and rushed into the center of the smoke to attack a blurry black figure, just as Hinagiku and Bajit rushed into the dust cloud. Ah! Amidst the dust and smoke, a voice that sounded like a ferocious ghost's howl resounded throughout the entire mirror world for a long time. Chapter 1543. Ah! Passing through the thick smoke and dust, the pitch-black magic fog, and the eardrums of everyone present, the incomparably shrill cry turned into an echo, spreading out as if it had substance. With such an ominous voice, there was no doubt that it belonged to the dark heroic spirit of the archer. However, this was not a scream. It was an angry roar. Ding! When the shrill cry faded away, the sound of a door being unlocked rang out from within the thick dust cloud. Whoosh! Soon after, numerous blurry black figures rose from the dense dust and shot into the air. They scattered the dense dust and blasted the two figures away like they were trash. Under Wu Yan and Mikoto's watchful eyes, the two figures that were sent flying fell to the ground with a loud crash. They slid across the ground and landed right in front of them. They were Chuju and Bajit. However, compared to the time when they dashed out and attacked the archer valiantly, the two girls looked completely different now. Hinagiku, on the other hand, was still fine. Her face had a tinge of pain and her robe was emitting a blurry layer of light. Although she looked a little wretched, she didn't suffer any injuries. Come to think of it, the moving church had probably protected her. But Bajit's appearance was miserable to the extreme. Bayet, who had fallen to the ground, had weapons all over her body. There were swords and sabers. There were spears, halberds, and sharp weapons that mercilessly pierced through Bajit's body, the front end of which was deeply embedded in her body. Blood splattered everywhere. The ground was dyed red. Chuju! Mikoto cried out in alarm and hurriedly helped Chuju up from the ground. This is... Wu Yan looked at the weapon that pierced through Bajit's body. His expression finally changed. A relic? That was right. The weapons that pierced through Bajit's body were all treasures. It was only at this moment that everyone saw it clearly. Up ahead. Beneath the muddy archer, a sticky substance that looked like mud was disregarding the obstruction on the ground. It was like magma that came out from the ground and started to spread on the ground around the archer. And in this pitch-black mud, there were sabers, swords, spears, halberds of all shapes and sizes. Weapons that were more diverse than Wu Yan's pitch-black precious artifact that was purely made of iron sand flew out from within. They soared into the sky and floated in midair, motionless. Not long after, the entire sky of the mirror realm was filled with weapons of all shapes and sizes. There were at least tens of thousands of weapons, and at the same time, they were all treasures. It was not like Wu Yan's, which was purely a shortcut. It was made of iron sand and had the power and hardness of a relic. There was nothing else. It was made of fantasy, belief, and miracles. It was the ultimate weapon that was only used by the legendary heroes. A hero spirit that can use tens of thousands of treasures. Wu Yan's face turned pale. Born from the beliefs of humans, the heroic spirits of the great heroes in myths, legends, and history all possessed the powerful weapons that symbolized the legends they had used when they were alive. This kind of weapon was the so-called precious artifact. Usually, a hero spirit would only have one type of precious artifact. A few special hero spirits could have multiple precious artifacts, but at most, they would not have three at the same time. However, in the sky that covered the entire mirror realm, tens of thousands of weapons were all precious artifacts. They were genuine precious artifacts. Wu Yan knew that there was only one hero spirit that could have such an extraordinary number of precious artifacts. Gilgamesh. 2/3 of his existence was a god, and the remaining 1/3 was a human. He was the oldest king of humans, the legendary hero king, Gilgamesh. When he was a king, he had collected all the treasures in the world from the era that he ruled. He was a selfish, proud, and arrogant king. However, because of his actions when he was alive, Gilgamesh had collected all the treasures in the world in his treasure vault. In this treasure vault, there were prototypes of precious artifacts that helped the heroes that were qualified to become hero spirits in the future. There were also prototypes of monsters that had taken the heroes' lives. Therefore, in this treasure trove, there were countless prototypes of all the treasures. This treasure vault, even after Gilgamesh died and turned into a hero spirit, became a precious artifact that symbolized his legends and was used by Gilgamesh. It was also because of this precious artifact that stored all the prototypes of precious artifacts that Gilgamesh was known as the strongest hero spirit. This precious artifact that stored all the prototypes of precious artifacts was called Gate of Babylon. It was exactly the same as the Gate of Babylon that Wu Yen had been using. However, Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon contained all the prototypes of noble artifacts. Wu Yan's Gate of Babylon didn't have that many collections. Even though Wu Yan's Gate of Babylon had countless noble relics, the noble relics in his Gate of Babylon were only made up of iron sand. They were powerful, but they did not have the special abilities of the legendary noble relics. As for the treasures in Gilgamesh's treasure of the king, they all had the same abilities as when they were active in myths, legends, and history. The two of them were not on the same level. Unfortunately, looking at the black mud that was spreading on the ground, Wu Yen sneered. He did not know whether it was mockery or pity. Even if the foundation inside still exists, such an ugly thing can no longer be called the king's treasure. No one knew if it had heard Wu Yan's words, but the true identity of the oldest king of the human race. The monster let out a roar similar to resentment, raising its head and roaring madly. Then, the treasures that covered the entire area tilted and pointed towards the direction of Wu Yen, Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget. If all of these treasures were to fall from the sky, Chuju and Mikoto might not be able to escape unscathed even with the protection of the moving church. What's more, if any of these treasures were effective against the undead, then even Wu Yen wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Wu Yen, Chuju, Mikoto, and even Badget, who was still on the ground, felt their scalps go numb as they looked at the countless noble phantoms. Following the archer's roar, a rain of noble phantoms began to fall from the sky, like bullets. Sabers, swords, spears, halberds, and all sorts of treasures created a frenzied sound of breaking through the air and shaking the air. They shot towards the incomparably tiny four people standing on the ground, covering the sky and covering the earth. Chuju. Mikoto. Hide behind me. He didn't have the time to think about it, he didn't have the energy to spare. He flashed in front of the two girls and raised his palm. In the next moment, waves of iron sand surged out from the crimson spatial ripples. They rolled like waves, forming walls that overlapped and blocked above the four of them. Bang 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 bang. As soon as the iron sand walls were formed, a violent tremor and explosion came from the top of the wall, causing the thick black walls to tremble and scatter black particles. Fortunately, the iron sand was also a noble phantasm. Although it didn't have any special abilities, it still had the hardness of a noble phantasm. That's why it could withstand the torrential rain of noble phantoms. Otherwise, if it were a normal iron sand, it would have been broken into pieces by now. Unfortunately, even if it was a noble phantasm, the iron sand walls couldn't withstand the rain of noble phantoms. Sooner or later, they would shatter. When that happens, Wu Yen, Chuju, and Mikoto would be defeated. We can't go on like this. Hinajika's grip on White Cherry was so tight that her joints were cracking. We'll definitely lose if we defend passively. We have to take the initiative to attack. Mikoto gritted her teeth. Yen. Think of something. I know. Wu Yan had already raised his other hand in front of him, sweat dripping down his forehead. But I can't give up on defense, or else we'll be finished. Then let's. Chuju and Mikoto had just opened their mouths when a shadow suddenly rushed out from the side. Chapter 1544. Swish 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 swish, in the sky, the treasures fell like raindrops. If Qing was pouring rain, she only aimed at one corner of the mirror world, shooting indiscriminately. Bam 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 bam, it was the sound of noble phantasms shooting at the black iron sand walls that were starting to crack. Dong 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 dong. This was the sound of noble phantasms shooting at the ground that was covered with bricks. It was the sound of noble phantasms shooting at the ground. This is the sound of the iron sand flowing out from the gate of Babylon. Compared to the deafening explosion, the sound of the iron sand flying in the air is much weaker. Peng, it was the sound of a person who transformed into an afterimage and shot out like an arrow leaving the bowstring, a heroic spirit of the most ancient king who was gradually approaching the level of an archer stepped on the ground. Chuju and Mikoto couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the figure that had lost its protection and was completely exposed to the shooting range of the noble artifacts. Bayet. The person who rushed out as if she was going to die was Bajit, who had pulled out all the noble artifacts that pierced through her body. Her body was covered in blood. At this point, the blood dripping from Bajit's body had stopped. She was like a standard berserker as she charged towards the archer without any expression on her face. You were injured so badly. It could even be considered a fatal injury, yet he could still continue to fight? Mikoto was stunned. What a mess. I almost forgot. She's a troublesome person who can't be defeated or killed. Chuju resisted the urge to rush out and said in a deep voice. However, isn't this just courting death? Indeed, Badget had completely exposed herself to the range of the noble phantasm that covered the entire sky. There was no obstacle at all. The Tempest relic poured down and shot towards the tiny being on the ground without any mercy. Come on, Bajit stared at the rain of relics that fell from the sky and covered her entire field of vision as if she was challenging them. He raised one of his fists. It's over. After saying this, a lead-colored ball floated out from Badget's back like a ghost and landed on her raised fist. With a fearless attitude. In the face of the rain of relics that poured down from the sky. Instead of retreating, Badget advanced. He increased his sprinting speed. At the same time, the lead ball floating above Badget's fist also burst out with bright electric light. The electric light turned into a dazzling light, enveloping the entire lead-like stone ball. When the light dissipated, a ring with runes engraved on its back and a short sword blade with runes engraved on its blade appeared on the stone ball. He stared straight ahead without letting go for a moment. Badget looked at the archer that was roaring behind the noble phantasm that covered the sky and the earth. He accumulated all the strength in his fist. Until Badget and the noble phantasm that covered the sky and the earth collided within a meter of each other. On his fist, the real form of the Flagellac was displayed. The magic formation on his fist shone brightly. Flagellac slash. It was as if he was declaring that he was overestimating himself. Badget used his only noble phantasm that was at an absolute disadvantage against the noble phantasm that covered the sky and the earth. It was as if he was throwing a heavy punch. In an instant, a stream of light shot out from the Flagellac, passing through space and time. In a thousandth of a second, it hit the noble phantasm that covered the sky. It was the intersection of a point and a surface. There were all kinds of noble phantasm that covered the entire field of vision. A stream of light that was only 2 fingers wide was heading straight for him. It was as if the tip of a needle was pointing at a tall city wall or a harpoon was aiming at a stormy sea. It was so overconfident and ignorant. It was indeed a small and sharp phosphorescent light that was as small as a needle. However, this streak of phosphorescent light was not even worth mentioning when compared to the torrential storm formed by tens of thousands of noble artifacts. The phosphorescent light that was quickly submerged passed through the ocean-like waves of noble artifacts and flashed out from within. The lightning-fast attack was as if it was invisible from the start. None of the noble phantasm could touch it. Therefore, it turned into a deadly beam of light, splitting the space in half. Before anyone could react, the beam of light pierced into the archer's heart. The archer's roar that made people uncomfortable stopped abruptly. The noble phantasm called Flagellac had the ability to reverse time and distort cause and effect. It pierced through the archer's heart before he used his noble phantasm, destroying his heart. Ding! There was another sound that sounded like a door being unlocked. All the noble phantasms that covered the entire mirror realm disappeared, everything returned to its original state. This was because the Flagellac had returned to the time when the archer had not released his noble phantasm and pierced through the archer's heart. Therefore, the archer's noble phantasm was erased. All the noble phantasms that were used by the archer disappeared. At the archer's heart area, everyone could clearly see it. A small hole appeared right there. It was the size of a pebble. It was an insignificant hole, but it froze the muddy mud man that was surrounded by a storm-like mana mist. It could no longer move. Dong, the abandoned stone ball, which had lost its lead color, fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Mikoto looked at the motionless archer and said with uncertainty. It's over. It's over. Wu Yen focused his attention on the archer. If it's that easy, then it's best. Before he could finish his sentence, everyone present felt as if their scalps were about to explode. Their faces were filled with shock as they took a step back. The archer, who couldn't move at all, suddenly raised his head and grinned from what seemed to be his mouth. Then, a stream of black mud suddenly appeared around Wu Yen, Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget and surrounded them. Not good. Wu Yan's pupils shrunk as he shouted. Retreat. She still couldn't finish her sentence. Weapons began to emerge from the black mud that surrounded everyone. The sharp tips of the weapons were aimed at Wu Yen, Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget's heads. Cold, sharp glints flashed on top of the weapons. Then, all the treasures that emerged from the pitch-black mud that surrounded everyone attacked everyone's heads from all directions. Bam! Different types of treasures collided with each other. Some struck the ground, and some shot out, but they shot into the pitch-black mud. The four figures were instantly covered by the luxurious rain of treasures, and rings of flames exploded. A small portion of the dark magic mist flowed into the archer's body. When the dark magic mist flowed into the archer's chest, his heart that was pierced by the Flagellac instantly recovered. Not only could the dark magic mist be used for defense, but it could also be used for attack. It was extremely useful for both offense and defense. Now, it had taken on a completely new role. It could heal its master's body. Furthermore, the archer's body was the oldest human king, the hero king who possessed all the treasures in the world, the strongest hero king, Gilgamesh. It couldn't be defeated. It couldn't be killed. It couldn't be defeated. This was the worst enemy he had ever encountered. Chapter 1545. Cough cough, this damned parvenu. In the midst of the dense flames that exploded from the noble phantasm, a scolding voice rose together with a magical whirlwind. The voice was transmitted into everyone's ears, and it also swept away the flames that covered everyone. Inside, Wu Yen, Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget were coughing rather miserably. Each of them was surrounded by a pitch-black sword wall with holes of various sizes. At the critical moment, Wu Yen built a wall of swords to block the attacks. At the same time, he used his space teleportation magic to move the rest of the wall of swords to the other three ladies, saving them. If it wasn't for Wu Yan's timely reaction and actions, Chuju and Mikoto, who were protected by the moving church, would have been fine, but Badget would have been dead for sure. After all, Badget had just used a resurrection rune not long ago. She might not be able to resurrect yet. Of course, Wu Yen didn't consciously save Badget, who wanted to kill Chuju and Mikoto. He might have even left her alone, but the situation at that time didn't give him time to think so much, so he subconsciously saved her as well. Wu Yan, who was still coughing, smiled bitterly as the dark archer let out a dissatisfied hiss. Even if you lose your rationality, you will still be able to do it. Was he only left with his instincts, and he still didn't allow anyone to get in his way? Your arrogance has become your instinct, hasn't it? The archer, the ancient king, roared again. Black mud started to rumble around his body. Damn it. Even Badget couldn't help but curse in the face of this situation. There has to be a limit no matter how much he messes around. The number of noble artifacts and the pitch-black magic mist that can heal the body. I really hope that this is just a nightmare. Unfortunately, this is not a nightmare. Wu Yan waved his hand. All of the pitch-black iron sand swords immediately disintegrated and surged into the air, forming pitch-black precious artifacts. From now on, don't act on your own. Let's work together. Join forces? Bajit frowned. Then, he nodded. But if that's the case, we can't be sure if we can defeat this monster. Who should the rank card belong to? But now isn't the time to think about the card. I agree. Of course we have no objections. Chuju and Mikoto answered without hesitation. The moment the four of them decided to work together, Archer roared angrily. The black mud around him churned even more violently. Although he wasn't sure if it was because the archer had lost his mind and turned into a dark spirit that the gate of Babylon became like this, there was no doubt that the archer's noble gear was taken out from the gate of Babylon. The black mist of magic could also heal the body of an archer, even if it was a fatal wound to the heart. As mentioned before, this archer couldn't be defeated, couldn't be killed, and even more likely couldn't be defeated. But now, I have no choice but to attack. Wu Yan's body surged with an astonishing amount of magic power, which rushed out in all directions like a storm. At the same time, Chuju tightened her grip on White Cherry's hand, and a cold light flashed across the crystal-like sword like a waterfall. Then, she dashed towards the archer. Ah! Seeing Chuju dashing towards it, the archer roared angrily. Its body that was twisted like black mud rose up, and the surrounding black mud shook like an earthquake. It rolled behind the archer and formed a swamp. Immediately after, in the pitch-black swamp, the treasures were like lotus flowers that were not stained by the mud. They separated the sticky black mud and shot towards the incoming daisies, creating a sonic boom as they fiercely collided with the daisies. Ha! At the back, Mikoto let out a delicate shout. Her entire body exploded with blue and white lightning, all of it gathered in her hands, forming a ray of light. With a wave of her hand, Mikoto shot out, heavily colliding with the incoming treasures. Clang! When the two of them collided, the sound of metal clashing was heard, and sparks flew in the air. However, the archer's noble phantasm was indeed deflected by the dense blue and white lightning. It brushed past Hinajiku's body and shot to both sides. Ah! If in response to the archer's cry, the pitch-black mist of mana bounced in the air, and with a whoosh, it turned into a blurry shadow of a whip and lashed out at Hinajiku, who was charging at him. Facing the dark magic fog, Chuju seemed to be more relaxed than when she was facing the noble gear. She didn't panic at all. Her footsteps were light and straightforward. It was as if she was skating on ice. Every time she slid, she would be able to dodge the whip by a hair's breadth. Her speed didn't decrease at all as she continued to rush forward. Looking at the Hinajiku that was charging at him at an extremely fast speed, the archer slightly lowered his voice. Behind him, the turbid black mud swamp rolled up, it seemed like it wanted to shoot out a noble artifact again. However, Kacha, the black mud vortex behind the archer and the black mud on standby around the archer all made the same sound. That was because on top of the black mud, a layer of hard ice suddenly spread out and slowly engulfed the black mud and froze it. The archer's twisted body trembled. It raised its head and looked forward. At the back of everyone, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes were emitting a terrifying light. His body surged with magical power and turned into a white frost. It was unknown when the frost wrapped around the black mud and froze it. That was the ice-controlling ability of the Enchantress of Azure Ice. The archer, who had lost his mind, couldn't understand the current situation. His movements were all stiff. So, at this time, Hinagiku successfully arrived in front of Archer. White Cherry in her hand slashed the space in front of her, drawing 2 sword slashes, and suddenly flashed on Archer's body. Poochie. Poochie, 2 ripping sounds echoed clearly in the mirror world. 2 turbid black arms flew into the sky and landed on the ground, turning into pure black mud. Chuju wasn't sure if the archer could feel pain, but she didn't give the archer a chance to react. Her White Cherry drew a 3rd arc in the air and struck the archer from the bottom up. Poochie, whoosh. Then, another air-piercing sound came from behind the archer. Shortly after, a green fist with a majestic force landed squarely on the back of the archer. Bang! After receiving such a heavy blow, even if the archer didn't die, his turbid body was still sent flying. At the same time, an orange beam of light shot straight at the archer's face, aiming straight at his face. Boom! Following the explosion, the super railgun landed on the archer's body at 0 distance without any deviation, causing a fiery explosion in midair. In an instant, black dirt flew out from the flames and scattered in all directions. It dripped onto the ground, causing a burst of smoke to rise from the ground. Wu Yan, Hinagiku, Mikoto, and Badget, who had a perfect teamwork, felt their hearts skip a beat as they looked at the corner of the sky that was covered in flames. Chapter 1546. Did you win? No one cared who asked this question. That was because everyone else also had the same question in their hearts. Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget didn't feel the slightest bit of joy as they looked at the sky that was covered in flames and residual electricity. Although everyone wanted to take out the archer that way, if it was that easy, the 4 of them wouldn't have needed to work together. And the truth was just as everyone had expected. When the flames dissipated along with the wind and waves, what appeared in front of everyone's eyes was an incomparably huge object. It was a giant shield that looked like a stone statue without a head and limbs, with only a torso left. Its entire body was irregularly round, and its surface was engraved with patterns that resembled wings. However, he estimated that this huge shield was at least 10 meters tall and about the same width. It was a genuine huge shield. Needless to say, this must also be an archer's precious artifact. He even has a defensive relic? Bajit's face turned ugly. How many relics does this hero's spirit have? Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto didn't answer. Instead, they stared at the shield with the same solemn expression. The shield slowly dissipated like dust and disappeared into the void. It should have returned to the gate of Babylon. Behind the shield, Archer, whose hands and chest had been cut off by Hinagiku, had fully recovered from the fatal wound on his chest. His dark face was ferocious as he roared furiously. Ah! Archer let out a sharp whistle from his throat and stared at Wu Yan with his non-existent eyes. Even the strongest heroic spirit in the legends, the oldest and oldest king, was only left with his instincts. However, with this little bit of instinct, it was still possible to distinguish who was the most harmful existence to him. The legendary hero king's strength wasn't that great. Among all the heroic spirits, although it was impossible to say that any one of them would be able to defeat the archer. The heroic spirits ranked at the top would still be able to defeat the archer. It wasn't that difficult. The real reason why the archer could claim the title of the strongest heroic spirit was because of the archer's inexhaustible treasure vault. Without the treasures of the Gate of Babylon and the treasures inside, the ancient king was just a heroic spirit that could barely be considered a first-rate hero spirit. Therefore, Wu Yan, who had just frozen the entrance of his precious artifact, was undoubtedly the greatest threat to Archer. Archer, who was only left with his instincts, chose to attack Wu Yan without hesitation. Ding 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 ding. Then, the sound of light collisions, like the ringing of silver bells, reverberated from the turbid black mud and entered everyone's ears. The muddy black mud rose up into the air like a tidal wave. It smelled like a sticky iron sand wave. Dozens of chains that were dozens of meters long suddenly shot out from the muddy black mud. They pierced through the air and shot towards Wu Yan. That's... Wu Yan frowned and waved his hand. In the space behind him, purple magic arrays fluctuated, and light clashing sounds reverberated. Immediately afterward, the commandment lock, which was glowing with a purple light, rushed out of the magic arrays and intertwined with the incoming chains like a spider web. For a moment, no one could do anything to the other. However, Wu Yan didn't only have the discipline lock, Nagisa. Agurola, lend me your power again, muttering in a voice that only he could hear. Wu Yan raised his hands as if he was hugging a ball. His 5 fingers were facing each other. Then, a vast amount of magic power surged out and it turned into icy air under the influence of a mystical power. It swirled around Wu Yan's palm and it formed a sphere. Grabbing the cold sphere in his hand, he tossed it into the air. Bang! The ball exploded the moment it was in the air. It exploded into tiny ice particles that fell on the black mud that controlled the archer's noble artifact. Under such circumstances, any black mud that came into contact with the ice particles would be frozen bit by the hard ice. Suddenly, the archer let out a mournful roar. As soon as the roar ended, a figure appeared directly above its head. Her yellow-green pupils glinted coldly, the white cherry sword in her hand glinted coldly. Hinagiku thrusted her sword forward, slicing through the atmosphere without hesitation. With a swoosh, the sword pierced through one of the archer's eyeballs. Pfff, a crisp tearing sound was heard, and the murky black mud also burst out like a black rain, exploding in all directions. Under such a heavy attack, the archer was furious. It opened its mouth and roared. With a roar, the archer extended his hand into the space, causing black ripples and black mud-like objects to splatter in all directions. Not far away, Wu Yan had a bad feeling about this and he yelled at Hinagiku. Chuju! Come back! Unfortunately, it was a little too late. In the muddy water, the archer seemed to have caught something and pulled out a huge scythe. Pfff. In the next second, the archer grinned sinisterly and swung his scythe. The blood energy scythe attached to the scythe slashed through the air like a flash of red lightning, heading straight for Hinagiku, who had a slightly changed expression. Careful! Seeing the blood-red scythe flying towards Chuju, Mikoto cried out. From the energy scythe, Mikoto could clearly feel the power it contained. No matter who was hit by it, it wouldn't be easy. Wu Yan was the first to notice the danger of the energy scythe. Naturally, he wouldn't let Chuju get hit by it. He didn't have time to say anything and use space transfer. Leaving behind an afterimage, he disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Chuju. Explode! Facing the powerful energy scythe, Wu Yan's body erupted with a strange power. What kind of strange power is this? No one at the scene knows. Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget only knew that when they came back to their senses, the world in front of them was covered by a blood-red light. Wang, dense blood light suddenly appeared and unreasonably occupied the entire mirror realm, illuminating every corner of the mirror realm. The blood-red light is thick, it's as thick as real blood. However, looking at this bloody light that was no different from blood, no one present felt a chill down their spines. Instead, they felt that this bloody light contained a mysterious and charming aura. Bam! Then, such a muffled sound suddenly rang out. He saw that the energy side that was previously filled with terrifying power directly trembled in the air and exploded into light spots that scattered all over the place. Seeing this, Mikoto was stunned, Badget was stunned, and even the archer with the giant scythe seemed to be stunned. No one reacted. What's going on? At the same time, the thick mysterious blood-red light in the air gradually dimmed. It didn't take long for the situation inside to be revealed. There, Hinajuku was holding white cherry in her hand, her body unharmed, without a single scratch. In front of Chuju, Wu Yen is standing there. No. He's standing there in the air. His hand is stretched out and clenched into a fist. It's like he's holding something. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes are a lot redder than usual. There's even a hint of arrogance in them. It was only now that Hinajuku, Mikoto, and Badget realized that something was wrong. On Wu Yan's back, there's a pair of bat-like wings, but they're extremely broken. It's like a part of the wings was intentionally torn off. Chapter 1547. At this moment, the entire mirror world seemed to be dyed red. The space was slightly distorted, the air was getting thicker and thicker, plus the blood-red color. It gave people the feeling of being in a sea of blood. And the person who ruled this sea of blood was the figure that left the ground and floated in the air. It was still the same black clothes, the same outfit, but the pair of deep wine-red eyes that were usually reflected in the depths were now almost crimson red. The depth disappeared and was replaced by an oppressive aura of bloodiness and madness. A pair of pitch-black wings that looked like bat wings undulated slightly behind him, as if he was bathing in a sea of blood. The surface of the wings was tattered and looked somewhat unbearable to look at, but it also seemed to be the way it should be. It added to the oppressive feeling of arrogance. Looking at the figure floating in the air, Bajit's eyes couldn't help but tremble. Her face was full of shock. Death Apostle, yes. Although this form wasn't 100% similar, Bajit, as the designated executor of the seal, saw the oppressive aura of blood. It wasn't the first time she saw it. It was exactly the same as those death apostles who had been drinking human blood to increase the number of their companions. Even if the appearance was different, the feeling wouldn't lie. The man in front of her who suddenly changed is definitely a dangerous person. At least, that's what Bajit thought. Yen. As for Chuju and Mikoto, seeing this form of Wu Yen, she felt a bit relieved. Compared to the normal Wu Yen, the Wu Yen in front of her at most had a darker color in his eyes and a pair of broken wings on his back. It wasn't a big deal. But Chuju and Mikoto, who were familiar with Wu Yen, knew. The current Wu Yen could already use a dangerous ability that would make anyone tremble in fear. Bajit's feeling. It wasn't an illusion. Second red jade mode. Looking up, Wu Yan's scarlet eyes looked straight at the archer. Activate. Surrounded by pitch-black mist of magic and surrounded by pitch-black mud, the archer held an energy scythe in his hand. He roared at Wu Yen. That voice was exactly the same as before. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that there was something else in this roar that was exactly the same as before, a little hesitation, or rather, a little fear. The archer's beast-like roar sounded like a bluff now. He stared straight at the archer who was roaring at him. A bloody light flashed in Wu Yan's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curved into a cruel arc. He stretched out his hand, and a scarlet ball of light flickered on his palm. It flew into the air and turned into a huge scarlet net that was dozens of meters wide. Go. Wu Yen mumbled. He waved his hand and a crimson net descended from the sky. It enveloped the archer's murky black body. The sudden restraint caused the archer to go crazy. He started to struggle without caring about the consequences. However, if the archer used his noble phantasm, he might be able to cut the net open. However, with its own strength, no matter how much it struggled, the huge net was like a maggot in its bones, firmly adhering to its muddy body and firmly trapping it. Wu Yan's crimson eyes narrowed into a happy arc when he saw this. It was a subconscious emotion. He's not sure if it's due to the influence of Flander-chan or the owner of the red jade mode. Wu Yen felt like he's getting a bit more violent. Driven by such feelings, Wu Yen flicked his finger. The forbidden cranberry trap. As his voice faded, a row of dazzling light bullets appeared in the air in front of Wu Yen. They extended and turned into light vines that descended from the sky. Then, like whips, the vines landed on the archer's body with a shrill cry. Thud. Amidst the miserable howls of the archer, a terrifying impact landed on the archer's body, causing the archer to go crazy. From the black mud around him, an ice-cold chain was flung out, turning into a black shadow as it lashed forward. Seeing this, Wu Yan stretched out his hand again and flicked his finger. This time, only one light bullet was ejected. The light bullets were the same as the previous ones, transforming into the shape of vines. They swept down like lightning and collided with the archer's chain. Bam! The vine-shaped whip of light collided with the archer's chain in midair. Like two cannonballs crashing into each other, smoke and fire burst into the air. Through the smoke and fire, Wu Yan fixed his gaze on the roaring archer. Once again, he stretched out his hand, but this time, Wu Yan's hand formed a claw, as if he's grabbing the archer's body, very tightly, a grip. Bam! In the next moment, the archer's roar came to a halt. His body suddenly swelled up, and with a muffled sound, he exploded into a cloud of black mud. Amidst the splattered black mud, a card floated above the archer's original position. There was no warning at all. There was no warning at all. There was no warning at all. The King of Heroes, who was known as the strongest heroic spirit, was crushed in the blink of an eye. Wah! Badget's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. She was stunned. We did it. Chuju and Mikoto were overjoyed. Phew. Wu Yan's expression also relaxed. He let out a sigh of relief. As expected, even a peak Tier 8 powerhouse was not enough to look directly at the eye of an existence, transfer the eye into one's hand, and crush it to destroy everything in its path. Flanderchan's ability is indeed a cheat when compared to other combatants of the same tier. This time, the archer shouldn't be able to repair his body, right? After all, he's already crushed to pieces. Argh! Just as this thought flashed through their minds, a familiar roar echoed in everyone's mind. The four of them turned pale. They tried their best to look forward. Almost at the same time, the black mist in front of them began to swirl and converge towards a certain direction. That direction was where the archer card was supposed to be. The tornado-like dark magic fog gradually disappeared into the archer's rank card at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it became thinner. And where the card was, a layer of turbid black mud slowly emerged, as if there was a spring in the sewer. That's Hinajaku, Mikoto, and Badget shuddered. It's still not dead? Sigh, sigh. Wu Yan sighed helplessly. It's not that simple, huh? Of course, no matter how difficult it was, the black, filthy soil that was wriggling and emitting a disgusting smell wouldn't tell anyone. Amidst a series of strange noises, the squirming black mud stacked on top of the archer rank card and covered it up, forming a human figure. A while later, the archer returned to the battlefield without a single scratch on his body. Argh! It's still the same roar. However, when they heard that roar, everyone's heart sank. Chapter 1548. It can't be defeated. It can't be killed. Thanks to Flanderchan's ruby mode, Wu Yan can defeat the archer by himself. However, the archer's body is being repaired by the mana mist. Even if he can defeat the archer, he won't be able to defeat the archer. Wu Yan finally understood the feeling of helplessness that Badget felt when she faced him. He also understood the feeling of those who treated the true ancestors and undead creatures as their opponents. Tough. Too tough. Don't think that you'll be fine. Wu Yan's scarlet eyes glinted in anger. He raised his palm and reached for the archer. Even the true ancestors can be killed. I don't believe that a heroic spirit like you who doesn't even have the body of a wolf can keep resurrecting. Then, as if to vent his anger, a strange wave of energy started to take effect on his palm. It's like he's holding an invisible black hole that's sucking in something. A doubt. the archer was trying to get something out of his prized treasure vault. But one of them needed to take it. The other needed to grab it. It was obvious who was faster, too slow. Along with this sentence, the hand emitting a strange wave of energy clenched tightly. Bam! Just like what happened before, the archer didn't even have time to react. As soon as the hand clenched, the archer's body swelled and exploded. Similarly, the surroundings. The black magical mist. Once again, they gathered at the archer's original location. It's not over yet. Looking at the archer who is still in a humanoid form, Wu Yan reached out with both of his hands. The archer is surrounded by a dark mist of magic power. He aimed at the ball of mud at the center of the magic vortex. He clenched his hand continuously. Bam! 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 Instantly. In the entire space of the mirror world, the sound of explosions rang out incessantly. The explosions turned into echoes in the not-so-spacious basement like firecrackers. Badget looked at Wu Yan, who kept clenching his fists at the void. Every time he clenched his fists, the archer would explode. She couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. If Wu Yan didn't use the legendary magic spear that could kill in one shot but this move that could make the opponent explode, Badget would have no chance of winning. After all, no matter how proficient Badget was in using the flagellac, she still needed a very short time to prepare. And no matter how short the preparation time was, it would be shorter than the speed of a person clenching his hand. At that time, if Wu Yan used this ability, Badget wouldn't even have time to use the flagellac before she exploded and died. Badget's resurrection rune wouldn't work against this kind of power that could make the opponent explode. Badget's resurrection rune magic was activated the moment her heart stopped beating, but it couldn't be resurrected under any circumstances. For example, if Badget's head was chopped off, the resurrection rune wouldn't be able to connect her head back to her neck. Therefore, even if the resurrection rune was activated the moment her heart stopped beating, Badget would die again in less than a second. As for her body exploding, it would be even more impossible to reverse the situation. Who the hell is this man? Badget clenched her fists as cold sweat dripped down her face. Is there a death apostle with such a terrifying ability? Chuju and Mikoto, who heard Badget's subconscious words, looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Didn't we already say that? Wu Yan wasn't a death apostle. Bang! After exploding the archer, Wu Yan finally stopped what he was doing. He panted as he stared at the archer's location. As usual, the pitch-black mana mist was slowly gathering there, preparing to repair the archer's destroyed body. A heroic spirit that used a class card to materialize didn't have a real body to begin with. As long as there was a class card, the dark magic fog would be able to use the class card as a medium to repair the archer's body. It must have been repaired at least 100 times, right? Wu Yan calmed himself down as he stared at the archer that was about to take shape again with the help of the dark magic mist. This is never-ending. At this moment, Wu Yan suddenly noticed something. The black mist that was healing the archers seemed to have thinned out a lot. This stunned Wu Yan for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. Oh, right. Even if the archer could use the mana mist to heal himself and revive himself countless times, the mana mist was still a mana mist, and it was limited in the end. If he continued to repair the archers like this, he would run out sooner or later. At that time, even if the archer wanted to revive, he wouldn't be able to. Realizing this, Wu Yan's expression became better. Then, I'll finish you off as soon as possible. However, Wu Yan's plan was destined to fail. Archer, who had just repaired his torso, head, and one of his hands, while the other hand and the lower half of his body hadn't been repaired yet, let out an unprecedentedly ferocious and shrill cry. The murky black mud on his body was like boiling water, violently rippling. As if it was filled with anger, resentment, and madness, the archer let out a sharp roar. Ignoring his body that was still recovering, he extended his hand forward. The black mud under the archer's body immediately gathered under the archer's outstretched hand. Like the surface of a boiling water, traces of mud flowed out. Following that, a sword slowly rose from the black mud. It was a very strange sword. The hilt of the sword was golden in color, and the sword's end was made up of 3 silkworm-like pieces stacked together. The silkworm-like pieces unfolded on the left side of the sword's end, and they were covered with strange patterns. As for the blade, it was the strangest part. It was not sharp and flat. Instead, it was made up of 3 cylindrical rotating blades that were connected to each other. On top of the black cylindrical blade, there were lines of red lines spreading out, forming a very mysterious pattern. That's... Wu Yan's body shook when he saw the strange sword rising from the murky black mud. Could it be, what's that? Hinajaku, Mikoto, and Badget were puzzled. Soon after, the hand in front of him grasped the hilt of the strangely shaped sword. Bzzz. The 3 pitch-black cylindrical blades covered with red veins rubbed against each other in different directions as they spun rapidly. Moreover, they spun faster and faster, to the point that they emitted a sharp screeching sound produced by the violent friction of metal, which resounded throughout the entire space. The space suddenly trembled, and bursts of red air burst out from all directions, all flowing into the gaps between the 3 cylindrical rotating blades, and it continued to flow. In an instant, the entire mirror realm was filled with red streams of air like a typhoon. The space trembled, the ground collapsed, even the sky and earth screamed as if they couldn't bear the burden. Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget were alarmed, a deadly sense of danger rose in their hearts. Chapter 1549. At the same time, in the real world. Ever since Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget entered the mirror realm, Livia has been standing in the same spot without moving. She crossed her arms and closed her eyes, waiting for the situation to unfold. Compared to Livia, Rin and Osaka looked calm on the surface, but he didn't stand there obediently. Instead, he paced back and forth in the small basement, his gaze drifting to a certain spot from time to time. That's where Wu Yan, Hinajaku, Mikoto, and Badget used to enter the mirror world when they opened the passage to the void domain. If the 4 of them returned, the portal to the mirror realm would open there as well. Wu Yan and the others would return to the real world from there as well. Time passed bit by bit as Livia waited patiently and Rin Tobin paced back and forth. About half an hour has passed since Wu Yan and the others entered the mirror realm. Usually, if both sides were evenly matched in strength, it would take a long time for the battle to end. But no matter how long it took, half an hour, it was still too slow. After all, high-level battles are ever-changing. Even if the battle was slow, it wouldn't take long for the outcome to be decided. Besides, who knows if Wu Yan and the others' opponents were on par with them. Half an hour has passed and they still haven't returned. That's a bit too long. Of course, if Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget died in the mirror realm, the portal to the void realm wouldn't open by itself. Their corpses would be sent out. That way, Rin Enbin and Livia wouldn't be able to wait any longer. Time slowly passed. It didn't slow down according to other people's moods. It just passed by mercilessly. Finally, in the unbearable silence of death, Livia took out her pocket watch. She glanced at it. She muttered. Too slow. Maybe the opponent this time is really hard to deal with. Rin Enbin stopped in his tracks, a worried expression appearing on his face. However, with the 4 of them working together, there shouldn't be any problem. That's true. Livia closed her pocket watch and continued looking forward. No matter if it's that man, Chuju, or Mikoto, each of them is strong enough to fight against a heroic spirit. Coupled with Badget, who has a noble phantasm, no matter how weak they are, they won't be killed by a heroic spirit who doesn't use a noble phantasm, right? That's great. Rin and Osaka sighed. Let's hope that the opponent is just a little difficult to deal with. That's why I wasted so much time. Unfortunately, Rin and Osaka and Livia were too naive in their thinking. The opponent this time wasn't just a little difficult to deal with. Instead, he was extremely difficult to deal with. Furthermore, it was not only difficult to deal with, it also possessed a power that could not be ignored. Rin and Osaka and Livia didn't know what was going on in the mirror realm, but they had a bad feeling about it. Buzz! At this moment, in front of the basement, an intricate geometric pattern flickered from the ground, accompanied by a burst of colorful light, and began to rotate. They're back. Rin and Osaka and Livia's eyes lit up. They both started running towards the colorful formation. After running for a while, the two girls froze on the spot. Their relaxed expressions froze as well. This was because the group of people who had emerged from the colorful magic array were all sitting on the ground in a sorry state. Their faces were slightly pale, and they were gasping for breath. They didn't look like they just came back victorious. Furthermore, they didn't look like they just came back victorious. They were talking to each other. Are we back? While panting, Hinagiku scanned her surroundings, her face slowly regaining its color. That's great, seriously. Mikoto patted her head, her face was covered in sweat. I almost lost my life, just now. Badget's face turned pale, she was shocked. Just now, what was that? Heh. Wu Yan, who had reverted back to his original form, stood up and forced a smile. Maybe it's hell. Rin and Osaka and Livia understood what happened after hearing this. Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget didn't even finish off their opponents. They took back their rank cards. They ran back. Even the four of them managed to escape back after going into battle. Livia's face darkened. Just how scary are our opponents this time? I don't know. Rin and Osaka forced a smile. I only know that our lives won't be peaceful from now on. Wu Yan bitterly smiled. It couldn't be helped, they had indeed escaped from the hands of the archers. To be more precise, they ran back from the archer's sword. Under the summoning of the archer, the sword that came out of nowhere, Hinagiku, Mikoto, and Badget didn't recognize it, but Wu Yan knew where it came from. That sword doesn't have a name. Hero King Gilgamesh named it Obedient Parting Sword. It's also called Ea. In the Hero King's treasure of the king, there were tens of thousands of treasures. They were endless, and it was impossible to count them all. But among all the treasures, Obedient Parting Sword is the strongest. But Ea's was the strongest. This was because it was a true divine artifact that was able to cut open the world in the ancient times. It was a precious artifact that could cut open the world. Of course, the real Obedient Parting Sword? Wu Yan didn't know if Ea really had the power to cut open the world like the legend said. Using Obedient Parting Sword on an archer? Wu Yan didn't know if he could block Ea's attack. But in the mirror world, the archer used Obedient Parting Sword? The real name, Ea, had indeed cut open the entire mirror realm. That's right. He used Red Jade mode to suppress the archer, but the only reason he managed to escape with Hinagiku, Mikoto, and Badget is because the mirror world was sliced open. That's why, before the archer unleashed his strongest noble phantasm, Wu Yan had no choice but to bring the three girls and run back to where they came from. After all, even if he could block the attack that cut open the world and the mirror world, he wouldn't be able to survive in the mirror world that was on the verge of destruction. When the archer cut open the mirror world, he didn't even get to see the surface of the mirror and ran away in a sorry state. That's why I said a lunatic without a wolf is scary. Wu Yan sighed. Now, the archer must have been banished into the space turbulence and obliterated into nothingness. His class card must have been destroyed too, right? Yen. Chuju and Mikoto thought of the same thing and walked to Wu Yan's side. I'm fine. Wu Yan shook his head and took a deep breath when he saw the worried looks on the two girls' faces. Don't worry, I haven't given up yet. Only then did Hinagiku and Mikoto's expressions lighten up and they nodded. no matter what. Badget stood up and calmed herself down. She glanced at the others. We can't defeat a monster like that no matter how many of us there are. That's for sure. Rin and Osaka and Livia looked at each other and fell silent. Even though I don't know how scary this monster that even Badget thinks is a monster is, but since the four of them managed to escape together, it's not too much to draw such a conclusion. Let's go back. Badget turned around with her dusty and torn suit. As for the Flagellac cylinder, it was long lost in the mirror realm that was split into two. Everyone at the scene had an indescribable oppressive atmosphere. They silently turned around and walked towards the stairs leading to the underground passage. Crack, suddenly, such a voice reverberated in the surroundings. Crack. 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 Strange cracking sounds were heard and everyone's footsteps were rooted to the ground. They couldn't move anymore. Chapter 1550. Bang! The group of people who had not reacted at all had just realized that something was wrong when the sound of glass shattering entered their ears. Immediately after, a violent gust of wind suddenly blew from behind the group of people. Like a shock wave, it spread out in an instant and hit the whole place. The sudden gust of wind caught everyone off guard. Their bodies were almost blown away. When they finally managed to stabilize themselves, they turned their heads and looked in the direction of the gust of wind. An expression of shock appeared on everyone's face. Kacha! 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 The sound of glass shattering continued. The violent wind continued to blow. In this not-so-spacious basement, the wall at the front was slowly crumbling. The shockwave was caused by the shockwave. However, the scene of glass shattering didn't happen on the wall. It happened on the space. The space at the front of the basement was gradually breaking down like a piece of glass. No. It wasn't just the space that was breaking down. Some pitch-black substance was seeping out of the broken space like water. Wah! Seeing such a scene, everyone present stood up in shock. Could it be? Wu Yan raised his hand to block the incoming shockwave. He stared at the pitch-black substance seeping out of the broken space. His wine-red eyes were full of waves. It's not over yet? Bang! Under the gaze of everyone present, the shattered space once again cracked open, making the glass-like spatial crack even bigger. It was pitch black inside, like a black hole, which made people's hair stand on end. Within the pitch-black spatial crack, a pitch-black substance that resembled flowing water gradually condensed. In the end, it transformed into a turbid being. A pitch-black humanoid figure, the pitch-black humanoid monster was slowly turning a sword in its hand. The body of the sword was made up of 3 cylindrical blades covered with red veins, and the mouth of the sword opened like a cocoon. The strange-looking sword raised its head and opened its mouth. It was laughing. Astonishingly. It was an archer. Job rank, archer, it only existed in the mirror world of the imaginary domain. It used the passage of the imaginary domain to absorb mana from the earth veins. A heroic spirit that maintained its form and power came to the real world of the imaginary domain. How is this possible? Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget were in disbelief. This. Rin and Osaka and Livia stared at the archer in shock. What is this? A monster? Wind waves. Wu Yan finally noticed. The shockwave that came out of the spatial crack was all red. Wu Yan thought of something. He quickly turned his attention to the cylindrical sword in the archer's hand. Don't tell me this guy used that sword to cut open the passage from the imaginary domain to the real domain at the moment when the mirror realm was about to collapse and ran over here by himself? It's not impossible. Since the precious artifact that had once been used to split the heavens and earth and cut open the world could cut open the entire mirror world, then opening a passage between the two worlds was just a matter of raising one's hand. No matter what, it's still a legendary relic that can cut open the world. The truth was similar to Wu Yan's guess. At the moment when the mirror realm was about to crumble, the archer once again swung out his obedient parting sword. He cut open the passage that Wu Yan and the others used to return to the real world. Then, he came to the real world where the corrupted heroic spirits would never set foot. What kind of joke is this? As he said this, a drop of cold sweat appeared on everyone's face. Cutting open the world and coming to the real world from the other side. It's a feat that only exists in myths and legends. Most of the gods could not do it. Perhaps, only the most powerful heroic spirit, the most ancient king, could do it. The archer grinned as if he was laughing. Other than Wu Yan, who jumped in front of the girls to protect them, the rest of the people could not move. Whoosh! A layer of pitch black mud suddenly rolled out from under the archer's body. From within, a huge shadow suddenly shot out and flew into the air. The shadow then stopped in midair. Everyone almost reflexively raised their heads and looked at the sky. What they saw was a huge jet-black spaceship that looked like a fighter jet. This pitch-black flying ship was also a precious artifact. Bang! Archer stomped on the ground and leaped into the air, landing on the pitch-black spaceship. Like the sound of a bugle horn, under the roar of the archer, the pitch-black spaceship shook violently and turned around. It turned into a black shadow and shot towards the entrance of the underground tunnel, above the surface. It wants to go to the ground? Rin and Osaka exclaimed in shock. You must be lying, right? Livia panicked and lost her head out of fear. A darkened spirit who had lost its wolf ran to the densely populated Fuyuki city. There was no doubt that Fuyuki city would suffer the bloodiest massacre and become a complete hell. Moreover, it was the most basic principle of magic to not let magic be exposed to the public. If such a monster were to run into the densely populated real world, it would definitely become the culprit that exposed the mystery of magic. No matter how you look at it, you can't let this spirit enter Fuyuki city. You guys. Wu Yan stepped forward when he understood the situation. Put your hands on my shoulders. Hearing this, the girls were stunned. Chuju and Mikoto were the first to react. They seemed to know what Wu Yan was going to do. Without hesitation, they put their hands on Wu Yan's shoulders. Rin Enbin and Livia seemed to have noticed something as well and immediately put their hands on his shoulders. Bajet hesitated for a moment, but she was also a decisive person. She reached out her hand and put it on Wu Yan's shoulder. Soon after, the six of them disappeared from the messy basement as if they had merged with the space amidst a wave of delicate magic energy. Fuyuki City, beach, bang, in a loud explosion, the entrance of the underground tunnel surrounding the construction wall exploded. A pitch-black shadow shot out from the entrance of the underground tunnel and soared into the starry night sky. A spatial ripple suddenly spread out from the beach around the underground tunnel entrance. By the time it dissipated, a couple of figures had already appeared at this place. Where's that monster? Rin Enbin didn't see the power of the archer, but he didn't hesitate to call it a monster. One can only imagine what kind of impression the archer has in Rin Enbin's mind. He was able to force back Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Bajet. He even broke through the mirror realm and came to this world. There. Beside them, Livia quickly scanned her surroundings. Her eyes stopped abruptly in mid-air and she pointed upwards. Then, everyone saw what happened next. In the sky above the beach, a dark spaceship was circling around for a bit before flying towards a certain direction. That's Fuyuki City's downtown area. Quick! Stop it! Rin Enbin and Livia yelled at the same time. Wu Yan's eyes flashed. He turned around and teleported again. When he reappeared, he was standing in front of the archer on the dark spaceship. The archer felt a hand pressing on his head. Then, he lost consciousness. Under the watchful eyes of the people below, the pitch-black spaceship suddenly disappeared in mid-air without a trace. Chapter 1551. On the surface of the sea, the waves were not turbulent, nor were they loud and powerful. They only maintained an extremely small wave as they surged towards the beach not far away. The surface of the sea could not be considered calm, but neither could it be considered surging. It could only be considered rather tranquil. However, this tranquility was soon broken mercilessly. Boom! In the sky above the sea, a pitch-black spaceship suddenly appeared here without warning, and under the impact of violent magic, it fell straight into the sea like a falling plane. Boom! Along with a loud noise, a huge splash was created on the quiet surface of the sea, where a huge object was thrown into. Then, the water dripped back down to the surface of the sea. Bang! However, before the splashes could return to the surface of the sea, a violent shockwave erupted from the place where the black spaceship fell, blowing away the surrounding water and creating an even larger splash. Then, a black archer jumped out from the sea and landed on the surface of the sea. At the place where the archers stepped on, a layer of murky black mud spread out and polluted a small part of the clear sea. It was like a stepping board, becoming the archer's foothold. He raised his head and looked at the floating figure in the air. The archer who knocked him into the water let out an angry and grudgeful cry. Under the archer's body, the murky black mud that was spreading on the surface of the sea responded to the archer's roar and started to shake rapidly. In the air, Wu Yan was also aware of the violent black mud. Immediately, he clenched his fist, and a wave of demonic energy gushed out from his hand. The demonic energy in his body was being frantically extracted at this moment, gathering in his hand as if it was free. As the mana in his body surged out and poured into his hand, Lin Yun's mana continuously poured into his hand. The mana flowing through Wu Yan's body gradually became warmer. It continued to climb. When the mana flow stopped abruptly, the mana flowing from Wu Yan's body was like steam, rising into the sky. The heat that leaked out. It caused the surrounding atmosphere to become distorted. Look down. Kieran looked at the archer who was stepping on the surface of the sea. The murky mud under the archer's body was splashing mud everywhere. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt, causing fear in people's hearts. Arg har, the archer raised his head, his pitch-black face was filled with malevolence and insanity. With a shout, a giant sword came out of the boiling black mud and it shot towards Wu Yan. That is a real huge sword. Its length is at least 40 to 50 meters, and its width is at least 2 to 3 meters. It's a huge sword comparable to the height of a skyscraper. Shio, a sharp sonic boom cut through the air like a beam of light. The huge sword was like a mountain falling from the sky, bringing with it a scalp-numbing gust of wind. It dragged a long shadow as it shot into the air. Titan's hand awakened. Looking at the approaching huge sword, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as he felt the wind coming from above. The mana on his body exploded, and the steam turned into a whirlpool, dyeing it a fiery red color. The fiery red whirlpool floated high in the air. After a moment, it suddenly trembled, and a huge fiery red arm that was not inferior to the huge sword suddenly emerged from the fiery red whirlpool. That posture was like a giant that had awakened from a volcano and was about to come out of the volcano. Its momentum was incomparably terrifying. Go! With a cold shout, Wu Yan waved his hand, and the huge fiery red arm immediately imitated Wu Yan's movement. With the fiery red whirlpool as a fulcrum, it violently swung it. The giant sword and the giant arm were both extremely terrifying attacks. Like a storm, huge waves were set off on the surface of the sea. A gust of wind blew against the atmosphere. In the end, like two meteorites, they violently collided with each other. Bang! At the moment of contact, a thunderous noise and shock waves were set off like the sea below, setting off stormy waves and exploding in midair. Below, the surface of the sea also seemed to have been sunk by a mountain. Shocking waves swept up and surged in all directions. During the impact, the waves covered the sky, and even the full moon hanging high in the night sky was covered at this moment. After nearly 10 minutes, it gradually dissipated. From this momentum, it could be seen that if the previous 2 attacks had exploded in the city center of Fuyuki City, many buildings would have been blown away in a very short time, or even razed Fuyuki City to the ground. Such a terrifying destructive power was rarely seen even in a decisive battle between heroic spirit experts. As the shockwaves that permeated the air slowly dissipated, the figures of the 2 people who were covered by the wind and waves also slowly appeared. At this time, the archer was a little better. Although his dark body was a little messy, at least he wasn't hurt. On the other hand, Wu Yan, who was hovering in the air, had a pale face. Even his aura had been greatly reduced in the previous collision. It was obvious that the archer had the upper hand in the clash just now. Phew. In the air, Wu Yan let out a deep breath, allowing his body to recover freely. His face automatically returned to normal, and he looked at the archer, who was shouting excitedly below. Sure enough, without using the ruby mode, it's more or less difficult to fight the Narcissist King alone. In fact, after the revived Titan's hand and the greatsword were in a deadlock for a while, the greatsword cut it in half. The greatsword didn't slow down in the slightest as it sliced through the wind and reached Wu Yan. Wu Yan, who was about to be crushed into pieces, took out the fantasy killer from his gate of Babylon in time to nullify the greatsword that is a noble artifact. That's how he managed to avoid the fate of being crushed into pieces. Of course, when he took out the fantasy killer, Wu Yan's flying skill and mana were almost destroyed. Therefore, after destroying the greatsword, Wu Yan immediately threw it back into the gate of Babylon. Normal means are not enough to deal with the Narcissist King. Looking at the archer on the sea, Wu Yan made this judgment on the spot. The legendary Hero King, in front of him, with the help of the extravagant fighting style of the nouveau riche, is definitely the strongest peak of Tier 8 that Wu Yan has seen so far. Now that he is limited to level 75, if he does not use the ruby mode and use his trump card, Wu Yan will not be able to defeat him in a one-on-one fight. But, since we're here, there's no need to hide anymore. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes flashed with a golden light, and then his eyes turned into a bright golden color. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for escaping from that cage that was so easy to break. After saying that, Wu Yan mobilized the mana in his body and transferred it all to one of his hands. In an instant, the arm that had absorbed the vast amount of mana seemed to have been cooked. A stream of air was emitted from it, and it turned pitch black at a speed visible to the naked eye. It then climbed up the blood-red veins. The next moment, the stream of air emitted from the pitch-black arm turned into a blood-red mist. The archer's roar came to an abrupt end, as if it was stuck in his throat. He could not make a sound. He could only squeeze out a few low growls. It seems that the archer's instincts told him that his life was in danger. Without any hesitation, the archer let out a sharp cry and a strangely familiar-looking sword slowly floated out from the black mud below him. Obedient parting sword? EA. The previously surging waves seemed to have been flattened by a big hand. It was dead silent. In the space, all the wind and waves have disappeared. Between heaven and earth, a sense of oppression pervaded the air, proving that the next collision will be extraordinary. Chapter 1552. In the past, there were many restrictions when fighting the heroic spirits in the Mirror Realm. In the beginning, there were still many heroic spirits left in the Mirror Realm. Although it wasn't as big as Fuyuki City, it wasn't too far off. Under such circumstances, Wu Yan still had many trump cards that could flatten the Mirror Realm. However, he could still use them if he was careful. But later on, the space of the mirror world became pitifully small. Because of this, many powerful ultimate moves were restricted by the small void domain and could not be used. Among other things, Wu Yan couldn't use his familiars. The familiars of the primogenitor were unbelievably destructive, even if their abilities weren't taken into account. If they were allowed to do as they pleased, it wouldn't be difficult for them to raze an entire country to the ground. Unleashing it in the mirror realm was simply pushing the mirror realm towards destruction. It was also because of this reason that when fighting against the heroic spirits, the heroic spirits who had lost their rationality could disregard the existence of the mirror world and their own life and death and use the powerful relic without any hesitation. Even the archer dared to use the good parting sword. EA. However, Wu Yan couldn't bring about his own destruction. He could only endure. But now, the archer had come to the real world of the real number domain. Was there still a need to be patient? Let me see, an extremely soft voice echoed in the air. The blood-red mist in the corner of the night sky became abnormally dense. The noble artifact that once cut open the world. Can it cut open my familiar? Amidst the soft murmurs, the blood-red mist rolled slightly and rose and fell. Suddenly, it turned into a white flame. Descend. White dragon's burning flame. Heaven and earth suddenly went silent. Boom, the white flame seemed to have been accumulating power for a long time. It was like a reservoir that suddenly opened. It suddenly expanded in the air and turned the night sky into a sea of white flames. Within the sea of white flames, an elegant white dragon slowly emerged from the curtain of flames. Its entire body was white as snow. It looked like a noble sage as it gently undulated. Oh, a pair of eyes slowly opened. The only thing that was different from the color of the dragon's eyes was exposed to the sea of white flames. The elegant white dragon raised its head and let out a long dragon roar. Immediately after, the white sea of fire around him surged into the white dragon's body, completely exposing the elegant white dragon to the air. The fur on its body fluttered in the wind, giving off an otherworldly temperament. It was exceptionally attractive. If one were to take a closer look, they would discover that the white fur on the body of the elegant white dragon was fluttering in the wind. In fact, they were all made up of white flames, causing the white dragon's body to flash with bright white light from time to time. Staring at the white dragon that appeared in mid-air, the archer roared ferociously. Holding the obedient sword in his hand, the archer roared. The cylindrical blade of EA suddenly started to spin. Ripples appeared in the surrounding space. Streams of scarlet wind gushed out of the space like a torrent that had found a vent and entered the good separation sword. The cylindrical blade of EA revolved around it, spinning at an extremely fast speed. It was spinning around the good separation sword. The scarlet red wind on the EA sword was like a ferocious beast, bringing along a roar that others could not hear. As it rotated, it caused the surrounding space to distort, and even caused the space to tremble as if it was unable to bear the burden. The scarlet wind was still sweeping across the sky, bringing with it a terrifying wind. While the space was being distorted, it kept gushing towards the good separation sword. The blade of EA's sword. Looking at the scene from afar, Wu Yan's dazzling golden eyes were filled with a burning desire to battle. Among all the relics in each world, which one was the most powerful? Nobody could come to this conclusion. This was because apart from the power of a relic, there were all sorts of abilities and effects. It was impossible to tell which was the most powerful. However, if one were to look at the power of a relic without looking at the abilities and effects of a relic, then the good separation sword? The power of EA's sword was definitely the most powerful relic among all the relics in the world. Which of his familiars would be more powerful after their levels were suppressed? Or the relic that had sliced open the world? Now, it was time to determine the winner. Let's go. Filled with fighting spirit, Wu Yan waved his ghostly hand. White dragon's burning flame. Wu, the elegant white dragon's blue eyes glinted fiercely. Amidst the dragon's roar, a dazzling white flame burst out from its body and covered its entire body. Then, white dragon's scorching flame took a step back, flapped its wings, and dove down towards the archer with white flames all over its body. However, as the archer roared, the good separation sword? EA's good separation sword? The sword trembled heavily, causing the space to tremble along with it. A majestic scarlet gust of wind burst out from the sword. Arg! The archer roared again and thrust the good separation sword. EA's good separation sword? It stabbed the archer fiercely. Woo, for a moment, the good separation sword? The cylindrical blade that was rotating paused. Then, amidst the trembling of the space, a scarlet tornado burst out with a chi sound, gradually expanding and shooting out. Under the swirling of the red tornado, every gust of red wind turned into the most terrifying sharp blade, cutting the space cleanly. Suddenly, wherever the tornado passed by, the space was like a piece of land that had been plowed through. A pitch-black spatial fault was formed. Wu, the white dragon, whose entire body was covered in white flames, raised its head and let out a long roar. Without the slightest bit of fear, it flapped its wings, and like a white meteor falling from the sky, it charged fiercely towards the incoming scarlet tornado. The distance between the two was closed in an instant. Then, the two terrifying attacks that could burn mountains and boil seas collided with each other. Dong! In the sky, it was like a star had exploded. The center of the explosion was flashing with intense white light. A circle of terrifying shockwave formed in a circular shape and shook the surroundings. From a certain point, the shockwave suddenly exploded. Like a punctured balloon, the abnormally violent shockwave filled the sky. A dazzling light sprinkled down from the sky. The shockwave violently attacked. In the ear-shattering sound, it brought along an extremely terrifying storm as it rushed down from the sky. Wherever the storm passed, the space trembled. The terrifying shockwave covered an area of almost 100 meters in an instant. At the center of the shockwave, the white dragon that was covered in white flames and the scarlet tornado collided with each other, causing the surrounding space to shatter inch by inch. Arg! The archer held the good separation sword. EA's good separation sword. As he roared furiously, he gripped the hilt of the sword tightly. Good separation sword. The sword spun even more fiercely, supporting the power of the scarlet tornado. Wu, the white dragon's burning flame that carried the white flames was supported by the dragon's roar and magic that was continuously flowing into his body. It was like a white meteor that kept colliding with the tornado. Not long after, the scarlet tornado that collided with the white dragon, which was able to cut through space and create spatial rifts, gradually evaporated under the burning of the white flames. Bang! Then, with a muffled sound, the crimson tornado that had once cut open the world was completely burned into nothingness under the cover of a spreading white sea of fire. Chi, the elegant white dragon passed through the sea of white flames and gradually evaporated the scarlet tornado. Its speed didn't decrease at all. Along with the archer's roar, the white dragon landed on the archer's body. At the last moment, the archer seemed to have squeezed out a few words in his own roar. In the next second, the white dragon's burning flame engulfed the archer's body. Bang! At the center of the sea, a sea of white flames suddenly appeared and spread across the surface of the sea. The sea seemed to have become its fuel, allowing it to slowly expand. The sky and the sea, two similarly boundless existences, reflected each other's radiance. At the same time, the sea of white flames burned like two sides of a mirror. The scene was so spectacular that it made one's heart surge. Chapter 1553. Bang! By the time Hinajuku, Mikoto, Rin and Osaka, Luvia, and Badget arrived at the beach closest to the scene of the battle, a deafening explosion resounded between heaven and earth. The astonishingly loud noise shook the eardrums of the group of girls, causing their minds to go blank. They even felt dizzy, and their consciousness was shaken away by the loud noise for a short period of time. When the group of young ladies finally recovered from their dizziness and regained consciousness, the scene in front of them left them stunned on the spot, unable to react for a long time. The originally calm sea became turbulent, as if it was in a stormy weather. Even the color of the water's surface was dark. On the turbulent and dark sea surface, a vast white sea of fire was slowly burning, as if the sea water was used as fuel. Not only did it not show any signs of dissipating, but it was also growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, in the sky, a sea of fire of the same color is spreading. It's a stark contrast to the sea of fire on the surface of the sea, like two sides of a mirror. The only difference was that below the white sea of fire in the sky, there was a ferocious wound carved on the surface of the sea of fire. Indeed, it's a wound. A wound from the space. It was as if a huge piece of glass had been forcefully smashed by something. A jagged fault appeared, spreading from a corner of the sea all the way up. It only stopped abruptly when it reached the bottom of the sea of fire in the sky. It was pitch black inside. That's the obedient separation sword? A spatial fault created by the EA, a crack in the world. It's obvious that the obedient separation sword? Does EA really have the ability to cut the world in half? However, to be able to cut the world and create a rift in the space, this is a fact. Hinajuku, Mikoto, Rin Enben, Luvia, and Badget still didn't know what that terrifying world fissure was for the time being. However, the white sea of fire covering the sky and sea, even Badget has seen it once. It's impossible for the other girls to not recognize it. Is it over there? Chuju asked in a hurry. I wonder how the battle is going, that bastard. Mikoto clenched her fist in frustration. It's clear that everyone should have attacked together, but you actually took the enemy away by yourself. Don't you know that others will be worried? At that time, I couldn't consider so much. Luvia shook her head. If we don't stop that monster and let it enter the city, we'll really be done for. He must have used some sort of teleportation magic to transfer himself, the enemy, and the flying relic to the sea. Rin Enosaka gritted his teeth, his green eyes flickering with uncertainty. I wonder what the situation will be like after we reach the sea. From an objective point of view, it must be very bad. Badget stared at the sea of fire covering the sky and the sea and the hideous wound from the world and said in a deep voice. After all, the opponent's relic is almost endless. Even if that man really has immortality, there is no guarantee that the opponent's relic will not be able to deal with immortality. After all, it is still very dangerous to be alone, that's enough. Hinajuku couldn't help but shout. Enough with the sarcasm, let's go and meet up with Yen first. But we're on the sea. Luvia said in a troubled tone. There are no boats or helicopters here, how are we going to get there? I can control the iron sand to wrap around my body and use it to fly over. Mikoto quickly said. How about I go and meet up with Yen first? No. On the side, Rin Enosaka pointed at the white sea of fire and the ferocious world crack without hesitation and retorted. Do you really want to enter that place alone? Mikoto didn't know what to say to that. No matter what, it is a flame that can burn time. It is comparable to mystical magic. If she really went in, the flame would not let her go just because she knows its master. Not to mention, there is also the obedient parting sword. If she was not careful and fell into the fissure, she would be torn apart by the turbulence of space. But if she had to watch Wu Yen fight with such a terrifying monster, even though she believed in Wu Yen, she would still be unwilling to do so. Then what should we do? Mikoto couldn't think of a way out, so she became impatient. We can't go, we can't not go either. What should we do? Just stand here and watch? Other than that, what else can we do? Rin Enosaka's voice was filled with anxiety. If we don't think of a way to deal with the white flame, we can't even get close to it, right? Aren't you two companions with that man? Luvia looked at Chuju and Mikoto. Can't you think of a way to deal with the white flame? Even if you put it that way. Hinajuku looked helpless. We can't do anything about that flame either. Just as Chuju, Mikoto, Rin Enben, and Luvia were about to start arguing, Badget suddenly pointed at the sea and spoke. Look over there. The girls froze for a moment and looked at the sea in the direction Badget was pointing at. It didn't take long for all the girls to notice something. There's a figure floating on the sea. Being pushed by the waves like a rootless duckweed, it's floating towards them. Seeing the figure drifting along with the waves towards the beach, Hinajuku and Mikoto were the first to cry out in surprise. Yen. It's Wu Yen. However, Wu Yan's eyes were closed, his face was pale and his body was moving along with the waves. His body didn't move at all. It's obvious that Wu Yen has lost consciousness. Yen. Realizing this, Hinajuku and Mikoto jumped into the water without a second thought and ran towards Wu Yan's direction. Rin Enben and Luvia finally reacted and immediately followed after him. Badget also silently followed after them. When the five of them reached the waist of the water, they saw Wu Yen floating towards them. Chuju and Mikoto quickly carried Wu Yen out of the water. Yen. Yen. Mikoto anxiously patted Wu Yan's pale face. Wake up. Wake up. He's fine. Rin Enbin, who placed a hand on Wu Yan's chest, calmed down. His heartbeat is still there, he doesn't seem to be injured, he's probably just unconscious. Where's the enemy? Badget glanced at the unconscious Wu Yan, who is lying in Hinajuku and Mikoto's arms. She then looked at the sea. Where's the enemy? Rin Enbin and Livia tensed up when they heard Badget's words. They looked around cautiously. Even though he didn't know what had happened, it was possible that the dark and heroic spirit was still around. Chuju, while Rin Enbin, Livia, and Badget were on high alert, Mikoto suddenly pulled Hinajuku and lowered her voice. Look, Yan's hand. Chuju froze. She looked at Wu Yan's hand and froze. The reason for that was because that hand was tightly holding onto a card. On the front of the card, there was a picture of an archer with an arrow knocked on it, and below it was the word archer. Archer, archer, class card. The card that was originally in Mikoto's body is now in Wu Yan's hand. No, it's more accurate to say there's an identical card in Wu Yan's hand. Needless to say, that could only be the second archer class card. Up until now, everyone was still working together to fight against the monster-like blackened hero spirit that had escaped from the mirror realm. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other. Chuju took the archer class card from Wu Yan's hand and put it in her pocket. Badget was responsible for retrieving the archer card in Mikoto's body. If Badget saw the archer rank card in Wu Yan's hand, she's bound to think that this card belonged to the dark spirit. She's bound to be suspicious of Wu Yan's identity. After all, Badget didn't know that there was an 8th card. She always thought that the hero spirit she was fighting was the one materialized from the 7th card. So, just in case, it's better not to let Badget see my archer rank card. RS. Chapter 1555. You're saying you defeated the dark and heroic spirit? In the living room, Mikoto, Rin and Osaka, and Livia came to ask about the battle last night. She was shocked when she heard what Wu Yan said. You really defeated it? Do I have to lie to you? Wu Yan shook his head. He took out a class card and showed it to Badget. Look, I've already retrieved the class card. Badget frowned when she saw the class card in Wu Yan's hand. Rin and Osaka and Livia had a weird expression on their faces. That's because the card that Wu Yan took out has a picture of a berserk warrior holding a great sword in his hand. Needless to say, it was the Berserker class card. Rin Enbin, Livia, Ilya, and Mio were the witnesses to the recycling of this class card. Therefore, Rin and Osaka and Livia were sure that the class card in front of them wasn't the same as the dark and heroic spirit from last night. Of course, this was because Rin, Osaka and Livia had subconsciously assumed that the 8th card was different from the 7 cards that they had collected earlier. If they knew that the class card Wu Yan retrieved last night was the archer class card, Rin and Osaka and Livia would be shocked as well. Berserker, huh? Badget's frown loosened as she stared at the class card in Wu Yan's hand. She nodded. It really is the same as the monster from last night. Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, Rin and Osaka, and Livia looked at each other when they heard what Badget said. They nodded with a bitter smile. Although he knew in his heart that the darkened hero spirit from last night was not a berserker, he had to say it out loud. Badget's words were also very convincing. That kind of monster was indeed extremely compatible with a berserker. Compared to the original berserker, it was even more fitting. Until now, many people still remembered the scene of the archer breaking out of the virtual domain's mirror realm and arriving at the real domain's real world. That scene was deeply engraved in the hearts of many girls. It wasn't an exaggeration to call them berserkers. If Wu Yan didn't know that Gilgamesh was only an archer and didn't meet the requirements to become a berserker, he might have thought so too. After all, a berserker has the right to become a berserker. Only a berserker who went berserk in battle would be qualified. A heroic spirit that hasn't gone berserk in battle cannot become a berserker. While Wu Yan was speechless, Badget opened her mouth and said something. In other words, all the class cards are in your hands, right? Hearing that, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly dropped to the freezing point. Only then did the girls remember. The battle maniac in front of them wasn't their companion, he was their competitor. At the same time, he came to Fuyuki City to get the class cards. He was sent by the Magic Association. Thinking up to this point, Hinajuku, Mikoto, Rin Enben, and Ruvia started to look at Bijit with hostility. Their delicate bodies also tensed up, preparing to deal with Bijit's attack at any time. Don't think Bijit can't do it. As long as it doesn't violate the principle of not exposing magic in front of ordinary people, Bijit can do almost anything to complete the mission. Wu Yan is the only one with a calm smile on his face. He waved his hand. All 7 class cards appeared in his hand. As you can see, all the class cards are in my hands. Do you want to rob me? Badget stared at Wu Yan with a sharp glint in her eyes. The girls standing behind Wu Yan were also shocked. Rin Enben and Luvia put gems on their fingers. Logically speaking, since they belong to the Magic Association, they should be helping Bijit. Unfortunately, not only did Badget have nothing to do with the department that Rin Tozaka and Luvia belonged to, but the higher-ups in the department even went against Zelrich in order to get a rank card. How could the 2 magician girls stand on Badget's side? As for Chuju and Mikoto, although they were cautious, they weren't as serious as when they faced Bijit. As for the reason, it was extremely simple. Gue Chuju, level 80. Misaka Mikoto, level 82. The second part of the Demigod Path quest has been completed. The restriction bracelets on their wrists have been removed. Chuju and Mikoto have returned to rank 9. Bijit can no longer defeat Chuju and Mikoto. As for Wu Yan, there's no need to talk about him. Level 89. Peak of rank 9. At this level, he won't be able to find a match in the entire world. He wasn't afraid of Bijit when he was level 75. Why should he hide his strength from her now? If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Hei might be targeted, Wu Yan wouldn't have taken out the Berserker card to trick Bijit. Of course, Bijit didn't know about this. She just stared at Wu Yan without saying a word. Her sharp eyes began to waver. The entire place was silent and depressing. After a long time. Sigh. Bijit sighed and turned around. She walked towards the door. What's wrong? Wu Yan couldn't help but say something. Aren't you going to steal the cards? With my power, I won't be able to take those cards from you. Bijit stopped and glanced at Wu Yan. But I won't give up. If I can't do it openly, I'll do it in the dark. I hope you won't let your guard down. After that, Badget walked out of the hall without looking back. Is it okay to let her go? His gaze was fixed on the entrance of the hall as he spoke in a deep voice. Bijit wasn't joking. With her personality, she might really do it in the dark. Aren't you worried that there's a threat lurking in the dark? I need a chance to worry about it. Wu Yan's expression became slightly helpless. He looked at Rin Enben and hesitated for a moment. Then he said something that made Rin Enben tremble. I came to Fuyuki City to get the 7 cards. Now that the cards have been collected, it's time for me to leave. Pa. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of something falling on the floor could be heard from the direction of the entrance of the hall. Everyone looked at the source of the sound. At the entrance of the hall, Meiyu was standing there. A bag of fruits, which should have been in Meiyu's hand, fell on the ground in front of her. Meiyu didn't care about the fruit on the ground. She looked at Wu Yan with eyes that could break anyone's heart. Her face was full of disbelief, followed by deep sadness. Obviously, Meiyu had heard everything that was said just now. Meiyu. Wu Yan was shocked. Meiyu took a step back. Her orange eyes were filled with tears and they quickly fell to the ground. With a sad expression, she turned around and ran away without looking back. Wu Yan panicked when he saw this. This was the first time he saw a strong girl like Meiyu cry. What are you doing? Luvia panicked and shouted at Wu Yan. Hurry up and chase after her. What about me? Luvia raised her voice. Don't you know what kind of position you have in that child's heart? Go after her. Go after her. Rin Enbin took a deep breath and turned around. He didn't look at Wu Yan. If you don't go after her, with that child's personality, she might not be able to open her heart for the rest of her life. Hearing that, Wu Yan finally reacted from the fact that Mei Yu was crying. He stood up. Chuju. Mikoto. I'll leave this place to you. Chuju and Mikoto knew that now is not the time to hesitate. They nodded and let Wu Yan calm down. Immediately, he chased after Mei Yu and rushed out of the hall. The only thing left in the hall was a heavier and more oppressive atmosphere than when Bajit was here. Chapter 1556. Bang! The entrance door was violently opened. The sound reverberated in the night air and gradually spread out. Inside the door, a petite figure rushed out, bringing along a trail of sparkling and translucent liquid, sprinkling down in the dark night. The petite girl ignored him and rushed to the side of the iron gate. She pulled open the iron gate and began to run in the quiet night street as fast as she could. As for where the direction she was running towards, the petite girl had no idea at all. She just wanted to get away from the scene as fast as she could, the farther the better. Not long after the petite girl ran out of the street, another figure rushed out from the entrance door. He stood there and looked around. Then he saw the petite girl running to the other side of the street. Mei Yu. Wu Yan didn't use spatial magic. His speed was comparable to lightning, but Wu Yan didn't use this inhuman speed. Instead, he chased after her at a normal running speed. Mei Yu, who was running in front, seemed to have heard Wu Yan's voice. Her small heart trembled and her footsteps slowed. In fact, Mei Yu didn't want to stop at all. But for some reason, after hearing Wu Yan's voice, Mei Yu couldn't run anymore. She couldn't even move her feet. It was as if she was rooted to the ground and didn't move at all. Under such circumstances, Wu Yan easily caught up to her. He slowed down when he was about 5 meters away from her. Looking at the petite girl's slender back, he slowly walked over. The petite girl had her back facing Wu Yan as they walked on a dark street in the residential area. She left Wu Yan with her back. Wu Yan slowly approached. Then, a voice as soft as a mosquito sounded. Why? The voice was very low. But the sadness contained in it were clearly felt by Wu Yan. He couldn't help but stop. He gazed at the petite figure that had her back to him from the beginning. Wu Yan stopped 2 or 3 meters away. Deep helplessness appeared in his wine-red eyes. Mei Yu, maybe you misunderstood. Mei Yu lowered her head but still didn't turn around. In other words, Brother Wu Yan doesn't really want to leave, right? Hearing this, Wu Yan was silent. He silently expressed the truth that Mei Yu didn't want to know. Why? Mei Yu's voice seemed to be squeezed out. It made one's heart ache. Why leave? Mei Yu. Wu Yan's mouth slightly opened. He shook his head. You know that I'm not from here, isn't it good to stay here? Mei Yu sounded like she was sobbing. Her voice was hoarse. Brother Wu don't want to stay here at all? I've been in Fuyuki City for 2 months, but I don't think it's bad. In fact, I think it's pretty good. Wu Yan looked at Mei Yu's back and answered. So, if you ask me if I don't want to stay here at all. The answer is of course no. Then why do you want to leave? Wu Yan clearly saw something on Mei Yu's face. It was dripping. I don't want you to leave at all. Hearing this sentence, Wu Yan felt a trace of bitterness in his heart. As Livia said, he really didn't know that he already occupied such an important position in Mei Yu's heart. Mei Yu was originally a strong, steady, introverted, and inflexible little girl. In this world, to be able to shake her heart and make someone like her, who did not know how to express her feelings, shed tears, it was definitely an important event that was comparable to life. No. With Mei Yu's character, maybe. She wouldn't feel even the slightest bit of sadness when her own life faded away. The only thing that can make her sad is something more important than Mei Yu's life. At least, for Mei Yu, it must be so. This is also the reason why Wu Yan was so moved when he saw Mei Yu's tears. Not only because Wu Yan can't bear to see girls cry, but also because he knows Meiyu. He knows that she's not the type to shed tears easily. In this case, one can imagine how big of an impact Wu Yan's departure is to Meiyu. However, Wu Yan can't stay in only one dungeon world to live. At least not now. Listen to me, Meiyu. After weighing the words in his heart, Wu Yan said softly. I said you misunderstood. Although I will leave, it doesn't mean I won't come back. It won't be long before we meet again. Indeed, no matter how long Wu Yan leaves magical girl Ilia's world, as long as Wu Yan's summoner is not here, the time in this world will be frozen forever. For Meiyu, if Wu Yan returns to this world, the separation will only last for a second. Even if he doesn't return to this world, Wu Yan can still summon Meiyu and make her his summoner. In that case, the separation will also last for a second. However, for Meiyu, it's not a matter of time. But brother Wu Yan, you'll still leave, won't you? Meiyu's voice was filled with emotions like never before. She expressed her inner emotions and increased her volume so that her voice could enter Wu Yan's ears. You said you'll be my support. You said you'll let me bear the painful past and live happily. It's because of brother Wu Yan that I can say from the bottom of my heart that I'm happy that night. But why? This time, Meiyu's voice was filled with sadness. Why did you leave? Meiyu, I don't have any family, I don't have any friends. Even now, the only friends I have are Ilya and Blackie. The only family I have here is Livia. Meiyu's back is facing Wu Yan. She kept using her words to hammer at Wu Yan's heart. In the past, I had an older brother. But now, he's no longer by my side. There have never been so many people who cared about me. Coming here and getting to know Ilya, Livia, and Xiaohei, I'm very happy. I'm really happy. I can finally have people who value me, but among these people, the most important one is the one who once gave me support, who once gave me happiness, who once gave me the meaning of life. Meiyu held back her sobs. Her voice was extremely hoarse. That person is you, brother Wu Yan, brother Wu Yan. Meiyu abruptly turned around and rushed forward. She threw herself into Wu Yan's embrace. In just a short moment, she wet the front of Wu Yan's clothes. Please, I beg you. Don't go, Meiyu. Wu Yan's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He really did not expect that his position in Meiyu's heart would be so important. He also did not expect that Meiyu would rely on him so much. Looking at Meiyu, who was grabbing his clothes tightly with her slender hands and her extremely thin shoulders that were constantly twitching, Wu Yan almost decided to stay in this world forever. Unfortunately, Meiyu. Squatting down, Wu Yan embraced the petite girl in front of him. I'm sorry. Even if it's just for a moment, I have no choice but to leave you at this moment. Meiyu's twitching shoulders trembled violently. In an instant, Wu Yan felt that the girl's body temperature in his embrace seemed to be dropping at a despairing speed. He could not help but hug Meiyu tightly. In the place I'm about to go back, there are also people who rely on me like you. They think I'm the most important person and they are waiting for me to bring them happiness. I can't be that selfish. I can't let one person suffer for the sake of another's happiness. That's why I can only keep searching for a way to make everyone happy. However, if I don't have the ability to do so, then I would be selfish. Wu Yan shook his head. So, Meiyu, even if it's just for a little while, can you please wait for me for a little while? Lying in Wu Yan's arms, Meiyu did not speak, but her twitching shoulders stopped. Only the hand that was grabbing Wu Yan's clothes kept tightening. Then, she said this. Are those people important to Wu Yan, Ji? Very important. Wu Yan answered without hesitation. In this world, no, in all of the worlds, they are definitely the most important. There is no one else who can compare. Meiyu's hand that was grabbing Wu Yan's clothes tightened. Then, what about me? It's the same. Wu Yan smiled and whispered softly in Meiyu's ear. No one is more important than you. Meiyu's hand that was grabbing Wu Yan's clothes finally loosened a lot. Under the moonlight, two figures, one big and one small, tightly hugged each other, as if forever. Chapter 1557. I'll leave? The next day. In the main hall, the girls once again gathered around the dining table. All sorts of luxurious dishes were placed on the dining table. But this time, not a single one of them extended their chopsticks to the table. That was something that couldn't be helped. After all, just as the girls were about to start eating, Wu Yan, who was sitting at the head of the table, announced his plan in front of everyone. Leave. It was a simple word, but it stunned many of the young girls. The atmosphere in the main hall dropped to a rather heavy level. The girls all had different expressions on their faces. Livia, who knew about it earlier, remained silent. Rin and Osaka, who also knew about it earlier, had a very complicated expression. Mio lowered her head. Although her orange eyes were somewhat depressed, they no longer had the heart-wrenching sadness from last night. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other with a helpless expression. As for Ilya and Blackie, who didn't know about this matter last night, they were dumbfounded. Their eyes were also filled with bewilderment. I don't agree. Their confusion didn't last for long. When it dissipated, Xiaohei slapped the table and stood up without thinking. Big brother, you're joking, right? Xiaohei's amber eyes stared at Wu Yan. She forced out a smile. This isn't funny at all, that's right. Ilya also stood up. Her delicate little face was filled with bewilderment. She looked like she was about to cry. I'll leave? Even if it's you, big brother, I won't forgive you for making such a joke. Wu Yan didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Ilya and Xiaohei with his wine-red eyes. His eyes were calm. Big brother. Seeing those calm eyes, Ilya and Xiaohei finally realized that this was not a joke. More or less, panic appeared on their faces. Why do we have to leave? This time, it was Xiaohei who shouted first. Instead, it was Ilya who shouted. Isn't it good to stay here? Compared to Ilya, who was only now excited. Little Hei seemed to want to create a sharp contrast with him. The emotions on his face disappeared, and he regained his composure. He asked. Is it because of the rank card? The reason I came to Fuyuki City is to get the 7 rank cards. Wu Yan sighed and he took out the 7 rank cards. Now that I've gotten all 7 cards and completed my mission, it's time for me to continue my journey. It wasn't only Ilya and Blackie who reacted. Rin Enbin, Mio, and Livia also raised their heads and looked at Wu Yan. My mission is not only to obtain the 7 rank cards. There will be various other tasks in the future. I need to go to every place and complete them. Facing the gazes of the girls, Wu Yan shrugged his shoulders as if he was relaxed. I don't know when it will end, so calling it a journey is more or less the same. Hearing this, the girls all looked at each other in dismay. Obtaining the 7 rank cards is only a part of the mission? What part of the mission? Who is the one who issued the mission? Even the class card that the Association of Mages was helpless against was only one part of the mission. Then, what else did he need to do for this mission? Where do I have to go to do it? These questions flashed through every girl's mind at the same time. After having these questions, the girls realized that they didn't know anything about Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto. Where did they come from? What is their true identity? Was there someone standing behind them and arranging tasks for them? Rin and Osaka, Livia, Ilya, Mio, and Blackie didn't know any of this. What's even more unbelievable is that Wu Yan, despite not knowing about any of this, has already occupied a large space in the hearts of many of the girls. Isn't this unbelievable? Similarly, without knowing anything, the girls couldn't judge whether Wu Yan's mission was good or bad, and whether they should support him or not. Therefore, they were speechless at Wu Yan. Do you have to leave? In the end, Xiaohei channeled all of his emotions into this one sentence. He stared at Wu Yan without letting go. If Big Brother leaves, I won't be able to live. This wasn't an exaggeration. Little Black needed someone to provide him with magic power to maintain his existence. If he lost the support of magic power, Little Black would directly disappear. Currently, it was Wu Yan who provided her with mana. If Wu Yan leaves, Blackie would have to find a way to obtain mana from others. But if that's the case, other people's mana wouldn't be as good as Wu Yan's, and Blackie would have to absorb mana from countless people to maintain her existence. If she absorbs mana from ordinary people, it would cause them to go into shock due to excessive mana consumption. In serious cases, their life force would be converted into mana and absorbed by Blackie. Therefore, if possible, Blackie doesn't want to absorb mana from ordinary people. But if she absorbs mana from magicians, would Rin and Osaka and Livia agree? Would Ilya and Mio agree? If all four of them don't agree, is Blackie supposed to find Badget? Then, Blackie would rather disappear by herself. That's why Blackie wouldn't be able to live without Wu Yan. Although it's more or less an exaggeration, it can't be said to be false. Alright, can you all stop looking at me with such a heavy expression? Wu Yan bitterly smiled when he saw the heavy and complicated expressions on the girls' faces. Right now, I can't explain my situation to you all. All you need to know is that I won't be gone for long. Won't be gone for long? Ilya was stunned for a moment before she hurriedly asked. How long will it be? Well, Ma. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks and shrugged. Perhaps, I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow? The group of girls were all stunned. Blackie even exclaimed in surprise. So soon? How long do you think it will take? Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Rin and Osaka, Livia, Ilya, Mio, and Blackie. Do you all think that this separation will be forever? But... Ilya said with uncertainty. Big brother, didn't you just say that you have a lot of missions to complete? But, like I said, I won't be able to explain my situation to you guys. Wu Yan hesitated for a bit as if he's thinking about how he should explain himself. In the end, he had no choice but to say this out loud. All in all you need to know is that the next time we meet, it won't be long. Hearing this, whether it was Ilya, Blackie, Mio, Rin Tasaka, or even Livia, their expressions became much better. It's a promise. Ilya jumped off her chair and ran to Wu Yan. She extended her pinky. You can't lie. Since when did I lie to you? Wu Yan smiled and scratched Ilya's little nose. Ilya was embarrassed. Then, he extended his pinky and hooked it with Ilya's. I've promised all of you that it won't be too long before we meet again. Ilya immediately revealed an incomparably adorable smile, causing Xiao He to be incomparably envious. He ran over while shouting. Me too. I also want to make a promise with Big Brother. After saying that, he didn't care about Ilya's reaction and squeezed her away, causing her to almost fall. Yua. Ilya quickly stabilized herself and glared at Blackie. You despicable person. Blackie stuck out her tongue at Ilya and made a funny face. She hooked her little finger around Wu Yan's little finger. This made Ilya even angrier. She pounced on Blackie and started messing around with her. Seeing this scene, the rest of the girls smiled. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, another small pinky hooked Wu Yan's pinky. It was Mio's pinky who came to Wu Yan's side and stared at Wu Yan. It's a promise. Staring at Mio's serious and determined orange eyes, Wu Yan sighed and smiled. Yes, it's a promise. Chapter 1558. Since Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto are about to leave Fuyuki City, the girls decided to hold a farewell party. Although it's called a farewell party, it's actually just a banquet at Livia's house. Moreover, all the dishes used in the banquet must be prepared by Wu Yan himself. The reason is because Wu Yan's cooking is too delicious. As a result, one of the main characters of this farewell party became the chef who prepared the food and drinks for the young ladies. Moreover, it's for an entire day. Fortunately, Ilya, Mio, and Xiaohei happened to be on holiday, so they didn't need to go to class today. This farewell party was very lively in the Eiderfeldt's living room. Chuju and Mikoto also seemed to have blended in, chatting and laughing with everyone. Even Mio, who usually works as a maid and has always been very calm, chatted with Chuju and Mikoto happily. This scene, for those who know Mio, might be a bit unbelievable, right? But, it's very cute. The other girls were pretty much the same. Ilya and Xiaohei seemed to be very reluctant to part. During the entire farewell party, they they stayed by Wu Yan's side for the first half of the time. When the sky was almost dark, they went to find Chuju and Mikoto to talk before parting. Livia, on the other hand, sat in her seat the whole time, elegantly drinking black tea, eating and chatting with others from time to time. She didn't appear to be too friendly. That's natural. Among all the girls, if there's one girl who has the worst relationship with Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto, then it's definitely Livia. After all, other than when Livia and Wu Yan came to collect cards, they never interacted with her. Other than that, there's almost no chance for them to meet. Not to mention, Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto were the main culprits who ruined Livia's grand plan to become his disciple. The fact that they were willing to provide the venue and financial support for this farewell party was already quite magnanimous of them. However, there was also one person present who was unusually silent. The entire farewell party ended. He hadn't spoken more than 10 sentences. Rin silently drank the drink in her hand. She glanced at everyone around her. After making sure no one noticed her, she stood up from her seat and quietly left the venue. However, Rin and Osaka didn't know. From the beginning to the end, there was one person who had been paying attention to her. Rin and Osaka pushed open the door and walked out of the mansion into the courtyard. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The night sky was still bright, stars dotted the sky, and the full moon was like the leader of all the stars. It was located in the middle of the stars, as if it had transformed into one of the stars. It was also the largest star. Together with the surrounding stars, it emitted a gentle light, sigh. Rin and Osaka looked at the beautiful night sky and sighed deeply. I really shouldn't have come. This sentence was sincere, but also a lie. She came here to attend the farewell party for Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto. Rin and Osaka didn't want to go at all. Even though she didn't say it out loud. Rin and Osaka knew that she didn't want that person to leave, that's why. Rin and Osaka didn't want to attend the farewell party from the bottom of her heart. The sentence, I really shouldn't have come, was definitely sincere, but even though she thought so, if she didn't come, Rin and Osaka's heart would feel empty. Thus, the sentence, I really shouldn't have come, was another lie, damn it. Rin and Osaka's conflicted thoughts made her kick a pebble that landed on the ground. Why do I have to worry so much about that guy? That guy is an enemy, isn't he? Not only did he stop me from becoming his disciple, he also stole my first kiss and forced a kiss on me every time. What a jerk. It's best if that guy leaves, damn it. Every time he spoke, Rin would kick a pebble next to his feet. He wanted to kick away the frustration and depression in his heart along with the pebbles. However, as the pebbles flew out, Rin Tozaka didn't feel any satisfaction. Instead, he became even more frustrated. In fact, Rin Enbin knew that this day would come sooner or later. He didn't foresee the departure of Wu Yan and company, rather, he foresaw his own departure. Rin and Osaka is the candidate for chairman of the Magic Association's Chronometer Tower. Regardless of whether or not she manages to retrieve all her cards and successfully become Zelrich's disciple, she must return to the Magic Association headquarters in London. Because of this, Rin and Osaka was mentally prepared to part with the people here at any time. However, Rin and Osaka didn't expect that in the end, not only would she be the first to leave, it would be the person she cared about the most. Rin and Osaka laughed self-deprecatingly. We've only known each other for less than 2 months, I can't believe I'm feeling this way, it's so unlike me. Her self-deprecating words were met with a mocking response. You didn't argue with Livia, you didn't cause a ruckus in that kind of place. It's so unlike you. Rin and Osaka took out a frozen drink from behind her and stuck it to her face. Wah! The sudden voice and the cold touch on his cheek made Rin Hosaka jump up. He turned his head and looked behind him. Then, since the day before, or rather, since yesterday, Rin and Osaka saw the person who had been causing his heart to be unable to calm down. You're here alone, trying to observe the stars. Wu Yan threw the frozen drink at Rin and Osaka with a half-smile on his face. It's also not like you to do something like this. Rin Osaka gasped when he saw the canned drink flying towards his face. He hastily caught it before glaring at Wu Yan. What are you doing? Shouldn't I be the one asking you that question? Wu Yen smirked. He stood next to Rin and Osaka and looked up at the night sky. You've already written, "I have something on my mind," on your face. Why don't you come out to check on the situation? Who has something on my mind? Rin turned his head away. He didn't even look at Wu Yen. Who knows if he's trying to hide his expression or if he really doesn't want to see Wu Yen. His sullen voice echoed around the area. Why did you come out? Aren't you worried about those clingy little guys? Don't worry. Don't worry, I'm not like you. I didn't even greet anyone before I came out. Wu Yen glanced at Rin as he casually replied. Don't you need someone to accompany you? Of course. Of course. Rin and Osaka said without hesitation. I'm the chairman of the Magic Association's Chronometer Tower, the current head of the Osaka family. Do you think I'm afraid of being lonely? I don't know if you're afraid of being lonely or not. Wu Yen chuckled. But I don't think anyone told you that you'll show it on your face when you're upset, right? Rin and Osaka opened his mouth slightly as if he wanted to refute, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Instead, he hesitated for a while before saying this. Where are you guys going? Wu Yen slowly retracted his smile and he looked up at the night sky. To a place you'll never expect, a place I'll never expect? Rin and Osaka sneered. Although I can't say that there are no places that I can't think of, there are only a handful of them. If you go to such a place, can you still be so confident that you can come back in a short time? Maybe not for me. Wu Yen shook his head. But for all of you, this period of time will definitely not be too long. Don't be so secretive, can't you just tell me? Rin and Osaka was furious. Do you think it's fun to be so secretive all the time? Oh. Wu Yen raised an eyebrow and he laughed out loud. You want to know my secret? Why don't you try and find it yourself? Wu Yen waved his hand and returned to the mansion. Rin and Osaka clenched his teeth as he looked at Wu Yan's back. How infuriating, Rin and Osaka didn't realize that the frustration in his heart had unknowingly disappeared. Chapter 1559. The sky was clear, the clouds were untainted, the mountains were moist, the wind was warm. At the top of the azure sky, there were no clouds for thousands of miles, not even a wisp of cloud. It was as if all colors had been filtered out. The few remaining thin white clouds seemed to have been melted by the sun and slowly dissipated with the wind, causing the sky to sparkle magnificently. The sun and fresh air shrouded the land. Sometimes, the sun would walk into the few clouds that were about to dissipate. The light would shine through the clouds and onto the rivers and seas of Fuyuki City. Sometimes, there would be dark clouds floating in the sky. The clouds were so thick that when the sun came out, it was impossible to see it. But the rays of the sun in the clouds penetrated the encirclement, and set the clouds with a glittering rim of gold. Soon after, the sun slowly rushed out from the clouds and appeared in the sky. It even dyed the dark clouds golden, causing them to dissipate as if they had melted. At this time, it wasn't only the sun, the clouds, and the sea that were shining. Even the land was bright. The weather was so clear. Looking from the window, the transparent blue sky looked like a silk handkerchief. Inside the window, two girls were busy with cleaning utensils. The two girls had been in this state since they woke up in the morning. Standing in the middle of the hall, Wu Yen looked at Hinajuku and Mikoto, who are wearing aprons and busying themselves around. His expression is somewhat helpless. Okay. Do you have to be like this? If you have time to be sarcastic, why don't you come and help? Mikoto wiped the sweat off her forehead. She held a broom with one hand and put the other on her waist. Can't you see how busy we are? Just a little bit more. Chuju didn't look back. She was tidying up the kitchen. Once this is done, the cleaning is done. So, even if you do a cleaning, so what? Wu Yen was speechless. When we leave, time will freeze in this world. When we come back, this house will still be the same as when we left. Do we need to do this before we leave? That's true. Mikoto looked around. He sighed. After all, we've been living here for 1 or 2 months, and we've been living quite well. Don't clean this place up. There will be a knot in my heart. Anyway, if we have the chance to come back again, she would continue to live here, wouldn't she? Chuju glanced at Wu Yan. When you come back and see a clean house, you'll be in a good mood, right? But if I remember correctly. Wu Yan covered his forehead with one hand and pointed out a cruel fact with a headache. These places. Since you woke up in the morning, you've tidied everything inside and out 3 times, right? 3 times? Hinajuku and Mikoto looked at each other and said awkwardly. Is there really that much? How much do you think it is? Wu Yan felt like bubbles were coming out of his throat. I was woken up at 5 in the morning by the 2 of you. You said you wanted to clean the room and dry the sheets, but the room has been cleaned at least 3 times. As for the blankets, one of you said you'd bring them back after drying them, and the other took them out to dry again. You've dried the blankets inside and out 8 times. Ahahaha. Mikoto scratched her head and laughed. Now that you mention it, I think I have some recollection. What's the matter? Chuju puffed up her cheeks and turned her head away. We have feelings for this place, and we don't want to leave. Actually, instead of saying they didn't want to leave this house, it was more accurate to say that Chuju and Mikoto didn't want to leave the house for the past 2 months. Although they had to fight in the mirror realm of the imaginary number region at night and had fought with Rin Enbin, Luvia, Mio, and Ilya, Blackie, and Badget, other than that, the 2 girls' days here were very ordinary. Ever since they followed Wu Yan to the Spalier world, the 2 girls didn't have a normal life in the Spalier world. Besides, even if there were battles, Rin Enbin's group, rank cards, Badget, and many other problems, Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto worked together to solve these problems. The 2 girls felt like they were back to the time when the 3 of them were the only ones exploring the world. It's understandable that they didn't want to leave. Of course, now that they have so many companions, Chuju and Mikoto weren't unhappy at all. Now that the base in the Behemoth Forest has been completed, the capital of alternate generations has become the home of the Summoners and the Misaka sisters. If nothing major happened, they could just stay in the capital of alternate generations and live a normal life, and they would still be able to visit the girls. Until now, the happy life that the girls had been praying for finally took shape with the completion of the capital of alternate generations. Now, all they need is a guarantee and they can continue living like this. That guarantee, needless to say, is to have the power to deal with all accidents and protect their happy life and home. With that thought in mind, Chuju and Mikoto turned their eyes to Wu Yan. Their eyes were filled with gentleness. In order to find the power to protect everything, Wu Yan has been wandering between the Spalier world and the various dungeon worlds to increase his strength. Now, all he needs to do is complete the Demigod Path quest and reach the level of Pinnacle Demigod, and Wu Yan will become a Pinnacle Demigod. He will become the strongest in the Spalier world in the truest sense of the word. Under these conditions, plus the fact that the system still has S-rank equipment and mythical armaments that can provide the power of God, Wu Yan can exchange for the S-rank equipment and obtain the power of God. When that happens, with the help of the power of God, Wu Yan will have the chance to become a true God-tier expert. When that time comes, a truly peaceful and happy life will befall everyone living in the capital of alternate generations. In order to welcome the arrival of that day, Chuju and Mikoto swore to themselves that they won't fall too far behind the most important person in front of them. No matter how reluctant I am, it has to end here. Wu Yan, who was oblivious to Chuju and Mikoto's determination, looked around and sighed. If this goes on, there will be no end to it, all right. Chuju and Mikoto snapped out of their daze and reluctantly put down the cleaning tools in their hands. They untied their aprons and folded them carefully before coming to Wu Yan's side. By the way, aren't you going to say goodbye to the children? Mikoto wrinkled her nose. Because you're leaving, the children are quite affected, aren't they? Yes. That's why they're children. Wu Yan's expression was helpless. I already said I won't be leaving for long. But that's cute too. Chuju couldn't help but smile. Why don't you summon them to the Spalier world as well? Even if we go back, I'll continue with the Demigod Path mission. Wu Yan shook his head. If that's the case, wouldn't it be the same as leaving the children in a foreign world? That's true. That's true. Mikoto nodded in agreement. In a foreign world, you won't be by my side. Even if we won't be apart for long due to the time ratio, it still won't feel good. That's why I'll wait until the Demigod Path mission is over and I've ascended to Demigod Pinnacle before we talk about this. Wu Yan shrugged. Before that, let's be apart for a second. What about Rin Enbin and Luvia? Chuju glanced at Wu Yan. Aren't you going to say goodbye to them? Forget it. Wu Yan hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. I've already said everything that needs to be said. After we leave, the time in this world will freeze. Instead of parting with sadness, it's better to wait for the next reunion. Oh? Mikoto raised an eyebrow. You're already interested in having them as your summons? Of course not. Wu Yan chuckled and mumbled. At least not all of them. What did you say? Nothing. Stepping forward, he arrived in front of Hinajuku and Mikoto before looking at the two girls. Well then, let's go back. The two girls nodded. In the hall, the three figures disappeared without a trace. Everything returned to normal. Chapter 1560. Spalier World, Behemoth Forest. Ever since the birth of the Beast King and the demonic beast's rampage, no one has entered this natural treasure trove of the Spalier World. In order to prevent the innocent warriors and magicians from being destroyed by the demonic beasts, Ailu, Baruba, and Fea empires have set up camps near the Behemoth Forest. Only after passing through the camp's management and gaining the approval of the camp's person in charge, could they enter the giant beast's forest with a specific purpose and be dispatched. Hunting demonic beasts in the Behemoth Forest is also a way to get the resources needed for the Spalier World's market to operate normally. If it weren't for this reason, perhaps the camp's mission would only be to guard the Behemoth Forest and prevent the demonic beasts from coming out. However, even if the camp send teams into the Behemoth Forest every day, the number of people in the Behemoth Forest has decreased. In the past, they could enter and leave as they please. Now, they need to organize teams to enter the Behemoth Forest. In the past, there were more people entering the Behemoth Forest. Under these circumstances, no one knows that in the Behemoth Forest where both danger and opportunity exist at the same time, there is something that others can't see. If someone can see the abnormality in this area, then they can see that around the area, there is a transparent barrier that ripples like water. It is a semicircle that covers more than 80% of the area. Inside this semicircular transparent barrier that covered more than 80% of the open space, there was a fortress that was located within it. The steel-like walls, which were at least 100 meters tall, spread out to both sides, forming a circle that surrounded everything in the fortress. Inside the fortress, tall buildings stood in great numbers. However, they were of different types and styles. They were orderly, but they also seemed to be uneven. It is like a strange city where buildings from different eras are gathered together. In this city where buildings of different styles, types, and tastes are gathered together, there are also those with short brown hair and brown eyes, delicate face and slender body. They look exactly the same. Girls with a lack of expression are living their lives. Some are staying in their homes, some are walking outside on the streets, some are enjoying their daily lives, some of them were working as shop owners. There were also people wearing the same uniform, with an armband embroidered with the word patrol on their arms, walking up and down the streets. Apart from the identical looks and figures, this was simply a living city. As for the Misaka sisters, they were just like normal girls, living a leisurely and ordinary life. This is the current capital of alternate eras. At the center of the capital of alternate generations, there was an inverted pyramid-shaped building with the highest height, which allowed one to have a panoramic view of the entire capital of alternate generations. The heart of alternate eras. This is where Wu Yan and his summons live. At this moment, Mikoto was standing at a window on the top floor of Generation's Heart. Through the window, she looked down at the Misaka sisters who were living their lives peacefully. Her tea-colored eyes were actually red. This is great, this is great. Wu Yan and Chuju who are standing behind Mikoto are also looking at the scene below. They saw Mikoto's excited expression and smiled gently. They can understand Mikoto's feelings. Originally, the Misaka sisters were only clones. They were born as experimental subjects in the magic catalog world. They were killed by Accelerator and used by Alistair. In order to save the Misaka sisters, Mikoto had sunk into the depths of darkness and despair. Later on, even though Wu Yen gave Mikoto a glimmer of hope and saved all the sisters still couldn't be said to be completely out of danger. After all, there were too many people who coveted the existence of the Misaka sisters in the magic catalog world. There are so many conflicts in the Spalier world that in the end, the Misaka sisters picked up their weapons and joined the battle. Of course, it was more like hunting in the giant beast's forest. Occasionally, they would get rid of the bugs in the giant beast's forest. Compared to the life in the magic catalog world, life in the giant beast's forest was like heaven to the Misaka sisters. But Mikoto doesn't want the Misaka sisters to join the battle at all. Although the Misaka sisters don't care about it, the truth is that the Misaka sisters have never lived a good life since they were born. They haven't even lived a normal life. This is something Mikoto can't bear to see. It was also because of this that Mikoto was the one who put in the most effort and labor when they decided to build the base and give the Misaka sisters a place to rest. It's all for the sake of letting the Misaka sisters live a normal life without any conflicts. Unfortunately, in this world, there are endless conflicts. Without the power to protect everything, there's no such thing as a happy life. This is because there's no telling when it will be destroyed. Even now, the Misaka sisters seem to be living a normal life in the capital of alternate generations. But there's no telling when there will be a large-scale battle. Because of this, seeing the Misaka sisters living a normal life in the capital of alternate generations, Mikoto's heart was filled to the brim. She almost couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Right now, the capital of alternate generations is surrounded by Yukari's barrier and the defensive items that Wu Yen exchanged from the system. If anyone wants to invade the capital of alternate generations, they'll need at least a demigod or a large-scale army and a demonic beast army. But in the Spalier world, how many demigods are there? And how many of them have the power to form a large-scale army and a demonic beast army that can rival a demigod? Even if a demigod or a large-scale army or a demonic beast army were to invade the capital of alternate generations, they'll have to go through Wu Yen and the girls first. With Yukari, a level 96 demigod, Wu Yen, a peak level 9 powerhouse, and a group of girls who are at least peak level 8 guarding the capital of alternate generations, who would dare to invade the capital of alternate generations? That's why Mikoto knew that if there's no accident, the scene she's witnessing right now will go on forever. Her wish to let the Misaka sisters live a normal life has finally come true. How could Mikoto not be excited? Mikoto aside, even Wu Yen and Chuju couldn't help but feel elated when they saw this scene. It made them happy and gave them a great sense of accomplishment. In order to create this scene, the children have put in a lot of effort. Yukari, who was holding a paper fan, looked at the peaceful scene below and couldn't help but smile. I still remember that when the establishment of the capital of a foreign generation was just announced, many of the sisters were seriously thinking about how they should live here. Even though there was no expression on their faces, they were looking forward to their future lives. There's no doubt about this, life, huh? Chuju said with some emotion. So, even if there's no need, some of the sisters are still opening shops. The things sold in those shops are all made by the sisters themselves. Yukari smiled happily. Clothes, food, decorations, and even potted plants and flowers are all made by those sisters according to their own interests and hobbies. They put them in the shop to sell. Everything you see now is presented because they decided what they want to do. Even the clothes and decorations are made by themselves. Wu Yen is a bit surprised and impressed at the same time. That's really something. When did the sisters learn to do this? Then, the things sold in those shops are also set by the sisters? Chuju asked with interest. Is the currency that my sisters use to buy things and buy raw materials for making items that need to be circulated in the market from Purple Flow? Those children don't use currency to buy and sell things. Yukari chuckled. Sometimes, they use items to exchange with each other. Sometimes, it's just a small condition like cooking a meal. There are all kinds of forms. Of course, even if they don't, when they see that their sisters really want their things, those children will also give away the things they made with their own hands. Hearing this, Hinajuku showed a look of yearning. How enviable, such a life. The way the sisters live is really attractive. There's no profit or human selfishness, they do whatever they want, opening their own shops and making things, this was also the kind of life that his younger sisters wished for. Yukari also said that even if there's nothing to exchange for these things, the sisters will give away the things they made themselves. That's because the ones who need these things are their sisters. Isn't such a life desirable enough? Stop talking. Mikoto rubbed her eyes, wiping away all the moisture in them. She pulled Hanajuku's hand and couldn't wait to start yelling. Chuju. Let's go shopping together. Okay. Hanajuku agreed without hesitation. She seemed to have thought of this a long time ago. The two of them rushed out without saying goodbye. Wu Yen and Yukari didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 1561. How's the mission going on your side? Yukari asked Wu Yen with an expression like she's interested in something she rarely does. It should be done, right? Well. Wu Yen scratched his head. Although there were a lot of problems in the middle, I finally completed it. It's good that you can complete it. Yukari patted the paper fan in her hand and glanced at Wu Yen. It's rare to have a shortcut that allows you to climb to the top, you have to grasp it well. I know what you're trying to say, but sometimes accidents happen. Wu Yen recalled how he almost gave up on the demigod path quest due to his archer class being stuck in Blackie's body. He sighed. The demigod path mission is indeed a rare opportunity. However, there are some things that I can't lean towards just because it's more beneficial to me when I'm truly comparing them. Oh? Yukari looked at Wu Yen in surprise. She smiled at him with a deeper meaning. Looks like you've spent a lot of effort in this dungeon world. You can even say something so profound. I'm just saying. Wu Yen shrugged. However, this demigod path mission has made me realize how difficult it is. Although there will be trouble in the second phase of the demigod path mission, it's mainly because I'm looking for trouble. No matter what, try to complete it to the end if you can. Yukari waved the paper fan in her hand casually. Since the capital of a different era is here, there won't be anything to worry about in the Spalier world. You can focus on your own mission. I've always planned to do that. When Chuju and Mikoto come back, I'll immediately depart for the third part of the demigod path mission. Wu Yen shrugged and looked at Yukari. Speaking of which, Yukari, aren't you going to a dungeon world with me? Do I look like the kind of person who would run around for something? Yukari looked at Wu Yen with a faint smile. I'm interested in other dungeon worlds as well, but compared to running around in different worlds, I prefer a leisurely life. That's not a leisurely life, you can just say that you're lazy. Wu Yen rolled his eyes at Yukari. I really don't know how a lazy person like you managed to manage the Fantasy Village's barrier so well. We're just here to take care of the Fantasy Village's enchantment. Normally, the only person who would manage the enchantment is that shameless witch who hides in the shrine and plays with her own life. Yukari opened her paper fan and covered the lower half of her face. We're basically the same in the Fantasy Village. Yukari's deep purple eyes were the only thing that could be seen. The lower half of her face was covered by the paper fan. If Wu Yen didn't know Yukari well enough, he would have believed that Yukari didn't care about Gensokyo. Indeed, Yukari was also very lazy when she was in the Fantasy Village. She would hide in her own house and use her gap ability to peek at others. As the founder of the Fantasy Village, she did not care much about the matters in the Fantasy Village. Instead, she advocated the policy of turning a blind eye to it. However, that was mainly because the matters in the village were either trivial matters or things that would never be out of Yukari's control. If something happened in the Fantasy Village that could threaten her existence and force Yukari to take action personally, Yukari would never be careless about it. That was why Yukari was acting like it had nothing to do with her. He could just treat it as a tsundere. Are you sure you don't want to go? Wu Yen tried to tempt her with a seductive tone. Perhaps the dungeon world in the third round of the demigod path mission is Fantasy Village. By that time, I'll go to Fantasy Village and the time flow in Fantasy Village will return to normal. If something happens and you're not there, then I'll leave it to you. Yukari was unfazed. She even pushed her responsibility to Wu Yen as she casually opened her mouth. Don't you have my red jade mode? In a way, you're like me, aren't you? Haha. You're flattering me. Wu Yan sighed. Putting aside the fact that the red jade mode has a time limit, if I activate your red jade mode, I'll only be on par with you in terms of strength. How can I compare to you in other aspects? Yukari. Yukari Yakumo, a sage shifter. A great shifter who has lived for more than 1,000 years. Even if Wu Yan could use the ruby mode to achieve the same level of strength as Yukari, he wouldn't dare boast that he could solve everything in the fantasy village. After all, there were people stronger than Yakumo Yukari in Fantasy Village. However, Yakumo Yukari was still able to manage Fantasy Village so well. This was enough to prove that not everything in Fantasy Village could be solved with power alone. With the title of Sage, Yakumo Yukari's wisdom was unquestionable. And this wisdom was the true reason why she was able to manage Fantasy Village. Strength, on the other hand, is secondary, if Wu Yan were to manage the Fantasy Village. Forget it, thinking about the endless weird happenings in Gensokyo and the bunch of problem children who only know how to eat and drink without a shred of integrity, Wu Yan's head started to hurt. Well, it's not as complicated as you think. Yukari smiled as if she could see through Wu Yan's thoughts. Even though I'm the founder of the Fantasy Village, I do have a lot of free time. In the Fantasy Village, Yukari is invincible. With her around, there's no need for the manager to worry about the Fantasy Village. I think it's because of that shameless Yukari who only knows how to eat and drink like you that the Fantasy Village has problems. Wu Yan complained. If you guys are more proactive, the Fantasy Village can be renamed to the Ideal Village. Didn't we say it already? It was hard to tell if she was joking or being serious. Violet's face had an expression that was hard to tell. Why don't you try managing the Fantasy Village? Are you serious or are you joking? Wu Yan wasn't sure if Yukari meant something else when she said those words. Wu Yan couldn't tell what Yukari was trying to say. If it's me, I definitely can't manage Fantasy Village. Didn't I tell you that Ling Meng will take care of the matters in Fantasy Village? Yukari looked at Wu Yan's frightened face with amusement. Leave the big things to Yukari. Leave the small things to Yukari or your little girlfriends. As for yourself, you can just live a leisurely life. Yukari, it's my fault. Wu Yan almost kowtowed. I shouldn't have made fun of you. Please forgive me. Is that so? The smile on Amethyst's face deepened. That's a pity. Well, if you change your mind, you can come find me. I don't mind leaving the Fantasy Village to you guys. You sure know when to let go. Wu Yan retreated in defeat. Aren't you afraid that we'll mess up the Fantasy Village? There are a lot of problem children in the Fantasy Village. Yukari pouted. Compared to them, you guys are more obedient than babies. Yukari turned around with her back facing Wu Yan. Are you going to wait for Chuju and Mikoto to come back and take them to the Demigod Path mission? Yeah. Wu Yan tilted his head in confusion. Is there a problem? There's no problem. However, there's one thing that I suddenly thought of. Z tapped her face with the paper fan and said with a smile. Tonight, 2 of your little girlfriends will complete their transformation in the lake. Tonight? Wu Yan paused and asked. Who's coming out? Well, you'll find out tonight. Yukari didn't expose him. She waved her fan and walked outside. Looking at Hinajuku and Mikoto, I don't think they'll be willing to leave their sisters anytime soon. The 3rd mission, Demigod's Path, I'll need you to bring the 2 girls from the lake with you. They should be very happy too, right? Leaving these words behind, Purple left the scene without looking back. Tonight. Gazing at the direction Yukari left, Wu Yan walked back to the window. He looked at the Misaka sisters walking up and down the street and he mumbled in anticipation. Who will it be? Chapter 1562. Selling pastries. Fresh and delicious pastries. Do. Misaka 1760 shouted loudly, come and look at clothes. Here are some nice clothes. Do. Misaka 16307 shouted loudly, is there anyone who wants to buy flowers? Do. Misaka 2640 carefully held her favorite flower while observing the surrounding customers. Please come and take a look at Misaka's greatest masterpiece. Do. Misaka 10047 raised her umbrella and proudly showed off. On both sides of the retro-styled street that was similar to the Western style, such voices constantly reverberated in the air and passed into the ears of everyone walking on the street. The voices came from the shops on both sides of the retro-styled Western street. The voices came from the mouths of the shop owners. Judging from the scene alone, it was undoubtedly very much like a very lively commercial street, or a street of stalls set up during a large-scale event. It was necessary to increase the number of customers for oneself. However, if someone were to personally visit the scene, they wouldn't have the mood to patronize these shops. This was because the shouts that were reverberating in the air were all emotionless, devoid of uplift, and cold as if they were listless and cold. Standing at the corner of the street, Wu Yan looked at the scene and felt a sense of helplessness. Yukari said that 2 girls would finish their metamorphosis and emerge from the lake tonight. She wanted him to bring them to the 1564th takoyaki stall. Misaka is setting up a stall. Do. Misaka 10032 is reporting to Oni-sama and using her eyes to signal Oni-sama, who I haven't seen in a long time, Misaka 10032 said as she moved her head closer to Wu Yan's face until there was less than 5 centimeters between them. Her brown pupils stared straight into Wu Yan's wine-red eyes and stopped talking. That. Looking at Misaka 10032's expressionless face, Wu Yan laughed dryly. Please forgive me for not having the ability to read other people's inner thoughts from their eyes, is that so? Misaka 10032 understood and distanced herself from him. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief. However, Misaka 10032's next words made Wu Yan freeze on the spot. As Oni-sama's Oni-sama, you don't even have such an inhuman ability. Do. Misaka 10032 was disappointed and looked at Oni-sama with disdain. She wanted Oni-sama to realize his stupidity. Wu Yan forced a laugh. I'm sorry, I'm just that stupid, there's no other way. I can only tell Oni-sama what I mean. Misaka 10032 pointed at her stall again. Oni-sama, do you want to try Misaka's takoyaki? Do. Misaka 10032, let go of the disappointment in your heart and look forward to your answer. Fine. Listening to Misaka 10032's way of expressing herself, Wu Yan helplessly shook his head. Then I'll try it, Misaka is very happy. Misaka 10032 said with an expressionless face. Then, what is Oni-sama going to offer in exchange for Misaka's takoyaki? Do. Misaka 10032 asked Oni-sama while thinking about whether Oni-sama should use his underwear to exchange for Misaka's takoyaki. Do you usually use your underwear to exchange for other sisters' things? Wu Yan's knees went soft and he almost fell to the ground. If so, please let me set up a stall here. Oni-sama wants Misaka's underwear? Do. Misaka 10032 asked shyly while thinking about the saying, all men are beasts. Alright, I was wrong. I don't want it at all. As a man, Oni-sama actually doesn't want a cute girl's underwear. That goes against common sense. Do. Misaka 10032, let's put aside the previous question and reconsider the saying, all men who don't covet a girl's underwear are frigid. I really want to ask, where did you guys hear this from? This is common sense. Do. Misaka 10032 said as if it was a matter of fact. She was shocked that Oni-sama didn't know such common sense. I really didn't know there was such common sense. Oni-sama is an idiot. Do. Misaka 10032 came to a conclusion. Are you going to give me takoyaki or not? Then, Oni-sama, please use your underwear to exchange for it. Do. Misaka 10032 stated her condition. Let's change the condition. Don't tell me Oni-sama isn't wearing it. Chapter 1563. Wu Yan looked at the toy sniper rifle in his hand as he stood in front of the stall selling takoyaki. What is this? Gun. Gun. Misaka's sister, who was also holding a toy sniper rifle, answered simply. I know it's a gun. Wu Yan suppressed his helplessness and continued to ask patiently. I'm asking, what are you planning to do by giving me a gun? Onie-sama wants to eat takoyaki, but you don't have what Misaka wants to trade it with, right? Misaka's sister raised the toy sniper rifle in her hand as she explained. So, if Onie-sama wants takoyaki, you have to follow the rules of the shop and compete with Misaka. Misaka 10032 explained to Onie-sama. She felt it was a pity that she didn't get Onie-sama's underwear. Competition? Wu Yan ignored Misaka 10032's explanation and looked at Misaka 10032 suspiciously. What competition? Shoot! Misaka 10032 spat out these two words and pointed at a human-shaped target wearing a cloak in her stall. That's a human-shaped target made by Misaka. There's a number on each part of the target. If you hit the target, you'll get the number on the number. Everyone has 3 bullets. Whoever gets the most points wins the competition. Misaka 10032 explained patiently. I see. Wu Yan got the gist of what Misaka 10032 means. So, if I get more points than you and beat you, I'll get takoyaki? Correct. That's right. Misaka 10032 nodded and added this sentence. On the other hand, if Misaka gets more points than Onie-sama. If I beat Onie-sama, I'll get Onie-sama's underwear. Misaka 10032 finished her explanation. It started to burn. Don't just burn it. Wu Yan couldn't help but shout. When did I agree to use my underwear as a bet? Onie-sama will get what he wants if he wins the competition. In that case, if Misaka wins the match, you should also get what you want. This is the most basic rule of a competition. Misaka 10032 stared intently at Wu Yan's face. Or perhaps Onie-sama has the despicable idea of obtaining Misaka's takoyaki unconditionally, and Misaka won't object. Misaka tried her best to show her magnanimity, but she despised Onie-sama's idea. Wu Yan's strength instantly disappeared. In the past, he thought that the way the Misaka sisters talked was cute. It was also a way to show that the Misaka sisters did not hide their true thoughts. They were very worthy of love. But now, this kind of idea. They really disappeared without a trace. Together with the strength in his body, since you've said it to this extent. Wu Yan gritted his teeth. Good. I agree to your conditions. Shooting was not Wu Yan's specialty. However, Wu Yan did put a lot of effort into the shooting aspect of the noble phantasm that has great destructive power, meteor shower. Although the Misaka sisters also used guns as their weapons in the Magic Catalog world, the target was less than 5 meters away. It was such a short distance. Wu Yan was confident that he could shoot wherever he wanted. Therefore, he could at least get full marks. Under such circumstances, even if the Misaka sisters also got full marks, it would at most be a draw. Both of them would not get what they wanted, but at least he could keep his underwear. As for the Misaka sisters' takoyaki, Wu Yan did not really want it. He only said that because he wanted to patronize the Misaka sisters. Who would have thought that something like this would happen, using his underwear as a bet? Wasn't this a trap? If he were to use the Misaka sisters' underwear as a bet, he would be more motivated. Then, let's begin. Misaka 10032 walked into her stall and removed the cloak on the human target. No matter what, I won't lose. Although the bet was a trap, Wu Yan felt that he had to be serious in order to keep his underwear. However, this ambition disappeared when Misaka 10032 lifted the hood of the target in the shop, exposing the target to the air. Even Wu Yan himself froze in place, unable to move. He did not know why. It was because the target was a naked man who was tied to a rack in a Jesus pose. There were a few concentric circles drawn on the naked man's body. There was even a number on each circle which indicated the points that could be obtained if the target was hit. Using a naked man as a target? That was not the real reason why Wu Yan froze. The real reason why Wu Yan froze was that the target's face was his face. Moreover, the position with the highest score, which was 100 points, was in the crotch area. Wu Yan's face was covered in cold sweat. This is Misaka's most precious treasure. Misaka 10032 seemed to be touching the target's body lovingly. Incidentally, the place she touched was also the target's crotch. Because it's Oni-sama, Misaka took this treasure out to be our target. Normal people would not be interested in Misaka's treasure. Misaka 10032 proudly puffed out her chest. After that, Misaka 10032 ignored Wu Yan's sweaty face and walked to Wu Yan's side. Her brown eyes calmly looked at her treasure. Then, Misaka, I'll start first. Misaka 10032 stuffed a cork into the muzzle of her toy sniper rifle. She skillfully aimed at the target and calmly pulled the trigger. Bang! With a clear sound of impact, the cork shot out from the toy sniper rifle in Misaka 10032's hands and accurately hit the target's crotch. From the crisp sound of the collision, it could be heard that if it were any other object, the force of the collision would definitely not be inferior to the force of a shot put at full force. Wu Yan's face quickly turned green, from green to red, from red to black, and finally, from white to white. Now, Wu Yan only had one feeling, that was a sharp pain coming from the lower half of his body. Phew. Misaka 10032 calmly exhaled. She picked up another cork and stuffed it into the muzzle of her toy sniper rifle. She aimed and fired. Bang! Bang! Misaka 10032 fired 2 shots in a row and accurately hit the target's crotch area. It made people feel that her marksmanship was superb. At the same time, there was another point to feel, that was the strength of the sniper rifle. Every shot made the target wobble and almost fall off the shelf. It made people wonder if the 4th shot would blow a hole in the same spot. Looking at the target that looks like him getting hit in the crotch, and with such ferocious force at that, Wu Yan's body trembled and trembled again. Sweat was dripping down his face and his back was drenched in sweat. Oni-sama, what's wrong? On the side, Misaka 10032 calmly put down the toy sniper rifle in her hand. She looked at Wu Yan's trembling body and sweating all over. Is Oni-sama not satisfied with Misaka's marksmanship? Misaka 10032 was a bit uneasy. Is my marksmanship not good enough? No. Misaka's sister's marksmanship is very strong. Very strong. So strong that even Wu Yan was scared. Holding the toy sniper rifle in his hand, Wu Yan could clearly feel his facial muscles twitching. His palms were sweating and his whole body was shaking. Misaka's sister had already fired 3 shots and all 3 shots hit the target with the highest score. She obtained full marks. In other words, if Wu Yan didn't want to lose, he had to hit the target with the highest score all 3 times. But there was only one spot with the highest score, that was the crotch area. Even though he knew it wasn't him, to shoot the crotch area of a target that looked like him, Wu Yan felt that he had to be mentally prepared for the pain. Just like that, Wu Yan held the gun with his face covered in sweat. He didn't dare to pull the trigger. Just like that, at a certain moment, Wu Yan's hand shook and the cork shot out and hit the target. In the chest, bang, the toy sniper rifle in his hand fell to the ground. Wu Yan's face was filled with shock. It's over. Chapter 1564. Nighttime. The sky gradually darkened and the curtain of night quietly descended. The full moon was clear in the sky. Soft moonlight shone down from the sky and penetrated the barrier of the capital of alternate generations. It shone into this wondrous city that seemed to be a mixture of buildings from different eras, covering the entire capital of alternate generations with a layer of silver gauze. Under the soft moonlight, winds started to blow on the streets where there were windmills. The windmills slowly rotated as if they were providing electricity to the capital of alternate generations. In an instant, all the streets shone with a neither bright nor dim brilliance. These lights were all emitted from the bricks that paved the street itself. Although the bricks that paved the streets of the capital of alternate generations had different styles, different types, and different colors, they were all made of the same type of ore. At night, it would be like a luminous pearl, emitting light. In order to obtain these glowing ores, many girls had put in a lot of effort back then. Some went around to inquire about the source of the ores. Some followed the girls to the behemoth forest to search for ores. Some went to the supply town to purchase large quantities of ores. Some even contacted Lulu and Feifei for help. Only then did they obtain enough ores to build the streets of the capital of alternate generations. And the reward for that hard work was the beautiful nightscape of the capital of Otherworld, which could be described as a dream. The streets themselves were emitting a soft radiance that was different from each other, causing the night of the capital of Otherworlds to be set off by a rainbow of colors. It was an extremely beautiful sight. Under such a beautiful night scene, even if they knew it was night time, there would still be many who would want to walk on the glowing streets. Even the girls who were slightly used to the night strolled up and down the streets at night to relax. They were admiring the night scene. They were enjoying such an enviable night. The heart of alternate generations, located in the center of the capital of alternate generations, was also shining like the streets. The entire inverted pyramid was shining with a dazzling golden light. It looked like it was made of gold, dazzling to the extreme. Come to think of it, living in such a building should give one a greater sense of achievement than living in a palace, right? Such a night. It was indeed the envy of others. However, despite the envy of others, there was someone who didn't even have the mood to appreciate it. On the top floor of the heart of alternate generations, Wu Yan lowered his head. The background was dark as he walked in from the outside like a zombie. He wobbled his way to the sofa. He fell down, looking like a dying man. That was to be expected. Now, in a place no one else can see, Wu Yan is staring at Wu Yan. He was missing an important piece of underwear. He lost to Misaka 10,032's underwear. Misaka 10032 even asked him to take it off in front of her as the victor so that he wouldn't go back on his word. Thus, with a suicidal mentality, he took off his underwear in front of the street full of Misaka sisters. He lost to Misaka 10032. Misaka 10032 held his underwear like it was the most precious treasure in the world. Then, she gave all the takoyaki to Wu Yan and walked away expressionlessly. At that moment, Wu Yan felt like something left with Misaka 10032, never to return. Then, the Misaka sisters on the street started to drag Wu Yan to do all sorts of business. They forcefully sold Wu Yan all his clothes and left, leaving behind a naked Wu Yan who was staring blankly at the sky. He didn't move for a long time. Luckily, there were only Misaka sisters in this capital of alternate generations. Luckily, the girls are soaking in the magical lake water, undergoing a transformation. Luckily, Chuju, Mikoto, and Yukari aren't around. Fortunately, the girls left behind a shop that sells men's clothes. Otherwise, Wu Yan felt like there was no reason for him to stay in this capital of alternate generations any longer. Or rather, there's no reason for him to live anymore. I'm an idiot. Wu Yan buried his face in the sofa. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. Why did you go on the street? Why did you eat takoyaki? Why did you play games? Why didn't you run away? In an instant, a new 100,000 whys came out of Wu Yan's lifeless body and echoed in the living room. His voice was filled with desolation. Not long after, Wu Yan suddenly bounced up and said with a loud voice. It's okay. Other than the Misaka sisters, no one else knows about it, right? I just want to forget it. Then no one will know about it. Yes. Forget it. Wu Yan lowered his head and tried to hypnotize himself. However, when he lowered his head, a piece of paper on the table entered his sight. Nice body, keep up the good work. There was a line of words printed on the paper. Wu Yan couldn't recognize the handwriting but he could guess who it was. Who else could it be other than Yakumo Yukari, who had a gap that allowed her to spy on any place she wanted? I'm an idiot. Wu Yan collapsed on the sofa again. Why did I go on the street? Why did I eat takoyaki? Why did I play games? Why didn't I run away? Wu Yan suddenly heard something amidst his self-deprecation. Outside the hall, the sound of 2 footsteps could be heard. They were sneaking over to the entrance of the hall. Who is it? With a gloomy expression, he turned around and looked at the entrance of the hall. What he saw was two heads peeking in from the outside, sneakily peeking at the inside of the hall. Chuju? Mikoto? Wu Yen was even more puzzled. What are you doing? Wah. Hearing Wu Yan's voice, Hinajuku and Mikoto, who sneakily peeked their heads in from outside the living room, yelped exaggeratedly. When they saw Wu Yen sitting on the sofa, their expressions stiffened. Yen. Hinajuku was flustered. You're still awake? I don't think she's sleeping anymore. He frowned when he saw how flustered Hinajuku is. Some of them will finish their metamorphosis later. I want to take them to the third phase of the Demigod Path mission. Chuju, Mikoto, how about you two stay here? No problem. Mikoto kept her head peeked out from the sofa while hiding her body outside. Then hurry up and go. Didn't I say we need to wait for them to come out? Wu Yen is puzzled by her answer. Why are you hiding? Are you shy? Wu Yen stood up as he spoke. Stop right there. As soon as Wu Yen stood up, Chuju and Mikoto screamed and glared at Wu Yen. Don't come over here. Sit down. Huh? Wu Yen was shocked when he saw Chuju and Mikoto's reaction. What's wrong? Are you sick? Yes. Yes. We're sick. Mikoto laughed without thinking. So don't come over here, you'll get infected. What nonsense are you spouting? Wu Yen looked straight at Chuju and Mikoto. Have you ever heard of a primogenitor dying from an illness? This is not a normal illness. Hinajuku's face twitched as she forced out a smile. Even a primogenitor would die if they got close. An illness that would kill if they got close? Wu Yen pondered for a moment before smiling. Yeah, it's so scary. The moment they saw Wu Yan's smile, Chuju and Mikoto knew something was wrong. Before the two girls could react, Wu Yan's body melded into space and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was behind the two girls. When he arrived behind the two girls and saw the state of their bodies, he was stunned. Chuju and Mikoto were still peeking their heads out of the hall. That's why when Wu Yen arrived behind Hinajuku and Mikoto, the sight of the two girls with their buttocks stuck out in front of him. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the two buttocks in front of Wu Yen are completely naked. No, it should be said that Chuju and Mikoto are completely naked. Their beautiful bodies are completely exposed to the air, there's nothing covering them. You. Wu Yen was tongue-tied. Wah. Hinajuku and Mikoto abruptly turned around and saw Wu Yan's dumbfounded expression. Their pretty faces slowly turned bright red. You're tuning into the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.